Welcome to this Liber Story lecture concerning economic value. So in this lecture we're going to be examining how economic value has been conceptualized over centuries, and we're going to be examining different perspectives of how economic value has been understood. By economic value we're referring to the way people attach value to objects in the world and then exchange them, produce them, consume them, etc. So this is going to be quite a long lecture because we're going to be examining a whole range of different approaches. I hope this is very interesting for you because you'll see that the economic value, the way you understand economic value, is very fundamental to each different economic system. And behind each economic system there is a philosophical system as well. So to start with, value as perspective. So in this first section we're looking more of the kind of natural view of value, and we're going to be looking at three small texts that discuss the much more naturalistic approach to value. And this first text here, it's two writers in 1919 put together a book of Laotzu, a very important Taoist Chinese philosopher, the founder of the Tao philosophy in China, an ancient philosophy. And it's looking at his famous text, the Tao and the Wu Wei. And in the Tao, this is from the Tao, it says, "Practice in action, occupy yourself with doing nothing, desire not to desire, and you will not value things that are difficult to obtain. Learn not to learn, and you will revert to a condition in which mankind in general has lost. Leave all things to their natural course and do not interfere. Although the wheel has 30 spokes, its utility lies in the emptiness of the hub. The jar is made by kneading clay, but its usefulness consists in its capacity. A room is made by cutting out windows and doors through the walls, but the space the walls contain measures the room's value. In the same way, matter is necessary to form. The value of reality lies in its immateriality." So there's one Eastern approach which is much closer to the idea of nature, naturalistic in the sense of don't try to change things, don't try to understand things in a way other than how they present themselves. The way, seeing is believing, right? Perspective, how you see things is how the world is. And in this text, actually written 1 year later, it's actually it's referring to the Buddha and the Buddha's way of virtue. This is the title of the text. And in their introduction, the two authors write, "For a proper understanding of Buddhism, these opening stanzas are all important. One of Buddha's key thoughts was what modern psychologists call the law of apperception. The value of things depends upon our attitude to them. Part of Siddhartha Gautama's work of reform was a transvaluation of value, a shifting emphasis. And like the Stoic philosophers, that's Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Roman philosophers, he taught the indifference of the things of sense, right? Again, very similar to what we just saw with the Tao, with Laotzu, you have this kind of sense that actually, however you position yourself, things can have value. Everything is coming from just being in time, being in your present time. Here's another approach of this traditional understanding. This time is coming from West Africa. So this is written by a kind of anthropologist, researcher, Robert Hamill Nassau. The title of the book, Fetichism in West Africa, printed in 1904. He's describing this concept of the fetish in traditional, I think, Malian society here. He says, "A fetish, then, is any material object concentrated by the organga, or the magic doctor, with a variety of ceremonies and processes, by virtue of which some spirit becomes localized in that object, and subject to the will of the possessor. Anything that can be conveniently carried on the person may thus be consecrated, a stone, chip, rag, string or bead, Articles most frequently used are snail shells, nutshells, and small horns of gazelles or goats. These are used probably because of their convenient cavities, as he's saying here. So he says, for they are to be filled by the organga with a variety of substances depending, in their selection, on the special work to be accomplished by the fetish. Its value, however, depends not on itself, nor solely on the character of these substances, but on the skill of the organga in dealing with spirits. Okay, so we'll move on now. Again, this is a long lecture, so we don't have much time to make comments. That was a pretty clear first section here. And unfortunately for you and for me, each section is going to get harder as we go along. So now we're moving to a second section here, and in the second section it's much closer to the European materialistic experience. And that's very closely tied to the idea of modern science, Enlightenment, the early Enlightenment, Renaissance. So we talk about the 1500s, 1600s. And here, of course, the idea is that value is objective, that there is a kind of universally agreed type of value to which you can put something or compare it to. And in the concept of economics, you'll see that in many cases it's precious metals. So that's what we'll see here. So the material view of value. First text here, Thomas Hobbes, very important kind of Renaissance, early Enlightenment thinker in England, father of, in many ways, of political theory, modern political theory. This is his famous book, The Leviathan, the very famous book from just after the English Civil War. At the end of the English Civil War, he was writing this book. And here he's discussing how the Commonwealth should be organized. So his purpose really was political. He's not really an economist. His main interest was how do we stop people fighting again, as we have had in England in 1630s, 1640s, with this very terrible civil war. So in order to try and stop that, his idea is we need to build a commonwealth where everyone has some security, and this commonwealth has to be headed up at the top by the head of the state, right? And you can see there in the picture of the book cover, you can see that the King Charles II, the king at the time that Thomas Hobbes is writing, the head of the state of England at that point, is represented literally as standing above the entire country. And you'll see if you look carefully in the picture that within his chainmail, the thing that he's wearing, there are little figures, little heads, because that is called the body politic, okay? Thomas Hobbes is very important in these terms that we today use as a kind of generic, general use, right? Head of state, body politic, different branches of government. Many of these things comes from his terminology. And this is what he's saying when it comes to the economic situation. So he recognized, although he's focused on politics, he also recognizes it's important to have a solid economy, right? So he says, as regards the matter with which the Commonwealth is to be nourished, and how it is distributed to the Commonwealth's various limbs and organs. Remember, he's using this language of the body. So the head of the state is the king or president, and then the body politic is all those different people working within the state apparatus, meaning the bureaucrats, the police, etc. And then underneath that there's the various different feet of the state, or the limbs and different elements of the state, which can include just the people, the everyday people. How do you keep them all organized? How do you keep them fit, happy, well fed, so that they don't start civil war again, so they don't start fighting again? And he says, what I have said is sufficient given the plan for this book as a whole. By digestion, I mean the process of taking all commodities that have not been consumed and are being kept for nourishment at some future time, and turning them into something that is of equal value and also portable. This is to make it possible for men to move from place to place, to have in any particular place such nourishment as it can offer. This portable equivalent to commodities is simply gold and silver and money, for gold and silver happen to be valued in almost every country in the world, which makes them a convenient measure of value of everything else between the nations. Silver and gold have their value from the stuff itself, rather than having a value assigned by a sovereign. That gives them two privileges. First, their value cannot be altered by the power of one or just a few commonwealths, because they are a common measure of the commodities of all places. But base money, that's to say coins whose value is greater than that of the metal they're made from, can easily have its value lowered or risen. So, this is something that's happening and discussing a lot today, the role of, especially in the current period, of fiat money, the inflationary aspect of fiat money, etc., etc. You can see that he's already discussing this. This was well-established topic of discussion even back then, 500 years ago. So he adds, secondly, gold and silver have also the privilege of making commonwealths move and stretch out their arms into the foreign countries. And he adds, not so with coins, whose value comes not from the value of the matter they're composed of, but from the stamp of the place. So he's actually adding in something else here, which is similar to point number one, that the value can't be altered. Why would countries fight wars to try and get gold? Why would Britain and its pirates, Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, the pirates of the Caribbean, why would they go around risking their lives, doing these crazy feats of daring, going and hiding their boats in caves in Barbados, Bahamas, etc., in these small islands, in order to attack these massive Spanish galleons that were bringing back the gold and silver from Bolivia and from Peru? This is back in the time that Thomas Hobbes is writing, 1600s. Why would they do that if gold was worthless? This is his point. It must be that gold has an objective material value. Okay, let's move quickly to the next text here. Isaac Gervais, The System of Theory of the Trade of the World, 1720. So you can see it a little bit later here. This is by that time England is starting to wake up as a imperial power and a trading power, naval power. And Gervais, I think, was from Newcastle. So he's from one of those coastal cities like Newcastle, Liverpool, Glasgow, London, of course, as well, Bristol. These cities that were doing very well from this imperial trade. Okay, they were growing in their strength. But you can see that actually he's not one of the. He's within that viewpoint that's called mercantilist. Mercantilism is underlying that philosophy is that you have to always be winning the real value, and in most cases the real value is seen as gold and silver, solid material objective value. And the way you win that is, of course, option number one, what we just discussed. You go out, you send your pirates, you rob the gold and silver. Okay, as international relations were more and more organized over the next hundreds of years, that kind of piracy and warfare, although it did break out, it became much more organized, which meant it was much less done. You didn't have that many pirates. Instead, what you did was you would try to take over territories, take over markets, and establish trading companies. So the English did this. The first ones to do it actually were the Portuguese and the Dutch. The Dutch East India Company, for example, is a great example of that. The English East India Company came in a little bit later. And all of these were mercantilist approaches, because the idea was get a huge surplus of value, meaning in this case actually gold and silver being traded. Use trade to accumulate this kind of objective value, bring that back to the coffers in your own country, and then you will do very well. Your relative wealth as a country will be much greater than that of other countries. Now, the problem with that, of course, was later pointed out, and we will see, with the free market people, the free marketeers, who are against this kind of mercantilism, because they felt that actually if you do this you end up just destroying markets. There's no equality. It's an extremely, as you can see with Thomas Hobbes, with his sovereign hanging up above the nation, it's a kind of strongman system, or in the case of a country being imperialistic, it's a strong nation system. It doesn't allow for liberty, it doesn't allow for exchange, it doesn't allow for free markets. So actually mercantilism was quickly criticized over the next hundreds of years. But in any case, Gervais is still within this mercantilist approach. Here's what he says. All things either necessary or useful to mankind have, besides a proper name to distinguish one from one another, another name that distinguishes or denotes what proportion they bear to gold and silver. Again, real value, material value of these precious metals. And that proportion is called value. The value or proportion of all things useful or necessary is to gold and silver in proportion to the quantity of gold and silver that is in the world. So the more gold and silver is in the world, the greater the value of things will be. Okay, so there's an interesting dynamic there. I'm sure you're spotting the problem there. But anyway, as gold and silver not only express the value of things, but also carry with them a right or demand at will on all things necessary, all men have one or the other an equal desire to draw them to themselves, draw gold and silver to themselves. And this can only be done by labor. And as man naturally loves his ease, the possession of a part of them lessens his desires and cause him to labor less, which gives him that he hath little or no possession, and consequently preserves his desire entire, an opportunity by his labor to slip into his place. Okay, this is kind of like the lottery approach to political economy. What he's saying is, accumulate gold or silver. Of course, he's talking about individual men here, but he's also really talking about a country as well, England in general, the English Empire. Accumulate gold and silver, and then you have to work less because you can just pay for things using the gold or silver in your possession, right? It's like winning the lottery, you know. And you have to work hard at the beginning, you know, have to spend labor to get gold and silver. You have to go into the mines or get someone to go to the mines. You have to trade it, you have to bring it over, you have to bring it over on a cargo that is secure, so you have to spend a lot of effort with, you know, military arms to secure this gold and silver. But once you've got it, that's it, you know, you're at the top of the world, basically. So this is a kind of very basic understanding of value here. And it says here, he continues, the design or end of commerce is basically to draw to oneself gold and silver, which I call the grand real measure or denominator of the real value of all things. What he's saying is that, you know, gold and silver back your value. You can have credit, you know, you can have, for example, even as we have today, paper money, fiat money, or you could have coins, or you could have loans, or you could have, you know, anything that's in the credit part of the economy, meaning buying and exchanging money itself. But he's saying if you don't have gold and silver to back it up, then the value of the credit loses value. That's all he's saying. It's a very common thing that you'll hear today. And as that addition or credit proceeds from the nature of man, I call the real denominator mixed with a portion of credit the grand natural measure or denominator of the world. What he's saying is that really gold is the kind of nature's bounty. Gold and silver are the precious metals are the things that give us a natural value. And everything else we can play around with, credit, loans, etc. But it all comes back to the natural value of things that we attach to gold and silver. So here, of course, he was talking there about a domestic economy, what happens in your own country. But now if he's talking about the international economy between different countries, he's going to say basically the same thing. If a nation adds to its denominator such a portion of credit as increases beyond that proportion which by trade naturally belongs to it, that increase of credit will act on that nation as if it had drawn an equal sum from a gold or silver mine, and will preserve but its proportion of that increase, so that the rest thereof will in time be drawn off by the labor of other nations in gold or silver. Okay? In short, if you extend your debts too high, right, if you have too many debts to other countries, too much spending compared to what you're earning, then the gold and silver will be attracted not towards you, but rather to the other nation. Your trade deficit will mean that gold and silver value will go to your other nation, not towards you. So, of course, this is a typical example of, the kind of early concepts of, real value, material value. And what's interesting there is that he mentioned the kind of magic word of political economy for the next 200 years, labor, okay? So from about 1720 till about, let's say, 1870s, labor became a very important element of political economy. And here we have several thinkers, and Adam Smith, of course, is a very important free trade thinker, so against the mercantilist approach that we just saw. And he focused on labor very much, but in a different way. And you'll see why in this lecture he's been pushed towards a further section later on, because Adam Smith's approach to labor, despite, and this is perhaps a bit controversial, but despite what a lot of economists have said, it's not a labor theory of value. It's not a fixed concept that labor is the objective material thing underlying the value of things, economic value of things. So we'll get back to that in the next section. So we're going to skip forward and we'll go to, of course, there are many other economic thinkers who were focused on labor. And in between this, of course, there was also a movement called, in France, the physiocrats, who focused instead on land as being the fundamental thing that gives value to different objects, to different commodities, things that are traded in the world. So that's a separate question. I'm not going to look at the physiocrats in this session. But what we're looking at here is one of, or two of the several economic thinkers, free trade thinkers, or sometimes socialistic thinkers, who saw labor as the fundamental, objective, material example of what value is based on. You know, what is value? It is ultimately human labor. Okay, we'll start with a socialistic thinker, Jean-Charles de Simondie, who wrote Political Economy in 1850. Then we'll switch over to a free trade thinker, David Ricardo. Both of them are strongly influenced by Adam Smith, but like I've just mentioned, Adam Smith, we're going to come back to him later, because his theory, if you read his work carefully, is not really a labor theory of value. It's not saying that labor is the underlying concept of what value is. We'll get back to that. Starting with Simondie, his Political Economy, written in 1815. So he's here trying to position himself, okay? And he starts off usefully with a discussion of the physiocrat thinkers, the people who, the French economic thinkers before him, who valued land rather than labor or gold, in the case of what we've just seen, the idea that gold and silver are value. So he starts off describing the physiocrats, and then he goes on and positions them against Adam Smith. So, François Quesnay, the physiocrat, views two present values. Their primitive contract is, in his own opinion, an exchange of the present against the future. The merchandise produced by the labor of the artisan is but the equivalent of his accumulated wages. During his labor, he had consumed the fruits of the earth, and the work produced by him is nothing but that value. The economist next directs his attention to agriculture. Quesnay, right? The economist Quesnay directs his attention to agriculture. The labor appears to him to be in the same condition as the merchant and the artisan. Like the latter, he makes with the earth an exchange of the present against the future. The crops produced by him represent the accumulated value of his labor. They pay his hire, to which he has the same right as the artisan to his wages, or the merchant to his profits. But when this hire has been deducted, there remains a net revenue, which was not to be found in the manufactures and commerce. It is what the laborer pays the proprietor for the use of his land. Simondie is describing here the physiocratic approach, which is that the fundamental value, when you chase it all down, you'll find that value all comes from the fruits of the earth, right? The agriculture is owned by the landowner, the worker, but the worker needs to eat, and the food that he eats is coming back from the earth. This is a kind of core concept of the physiocrats. Simondie continues, he says, this revenue, Quesnay thinks, is of a nature quite different from any other. It is not wages, it is not the result of an exchange, it is the price of the earth's spontaneous labor, the fruit of earth's beneficence, and since it does not represent pre-existent wealth, it alone must be the source of every kind of wealth. Tracing the value of all other commodities under all its transformations, Quesnay still discovers its first origin in the fruits of the earth. The labors of the husbandman, of the artisan, of the merchant, consume those fruits in the shape of the wages and produce them under different forms. The proprietor alone receives them at the source from the hands of nature itself, and by means of them is enabled to pay the wages of all his countrymen who labor only for him. So again, it's physiocratic approach. All wealth, all value comes from the land, right? Adam Smith, author of this third system, he's meaning here not the physiocrat approach, not the mercantilist approach, which we saw earlier, the gold and silver, real value, real money, hard money as they sometimes call it. The third approach, the free market approach. For Adam Smith, this third approach, which represents labor as the sole origin of wealth and economy as the sole means of accumulating it, has, in one sense, carried the science of political economy to perfection. Now notice that, as I was mentioning before, Smith does not necessarily see labor as the sole origin of wealth, and we'll see the reason why later on. But this is how Simondi and David Ricardo and many other thinkers have understood him. We'll see later on, but actually Karl Marx is one of the few who realizes that labor is not, for Smith, the sole origin of the wealth. And we will see why, don't worry. Okay, so he says, man brings into the world with him certain wants which he must satisfy in order to live, and certain desires which lead him to expect happiness from particular enjoyments, and a certain industry or aptitude for labor, which enables him to satisfy the requisitions of both. His wealth originates in this industry. His wants and desires are its employments. All that man values is created by his industry. All that he creates is destined to be consumed in satisfying his wants and his desires. But between the moment of its production by labor and its consumption by enjoyment, the thing destined for man's use may have an existence more or less durable. It is this thing, this accumulated and still unconsumed fruit of labor, which is called wealth, right? So labor, for Simondi, historian, French historian, socialistic historian, whatever you have that your labor has created. Okay, so this is very much a labor theory of value. Wealth may exist not only without any sign of exchange or without money, but even without any possibility of exchange or without trade. Suppose that a man was left on a deserted island. The undisputed property of his whole island is not wealth. Whatever the natural fertility of the soil, the abundance of the game straying in its forests, or the fish sporting on its shores, or the mines concealed in its bosom. On the contrary, amid all these benefits presented by him by nature, the man may sink into the lowest level of penury, of misery, of poverty, and even die perhaps of hunger. By subduing these animals, i.e. labor is the thing that creates wealth, this is what he's saying. Even in the case of someone who's not exchanging, even in the case of Robinson on his island, right, singular man on his own in an island, even he must have labor to create value. By subduing those animals, that man has made his property and wealth. By subduing the ground, he will in like manner convert it into property and wealth. His island is destitute of value so long as no labor has been bestowed upon it. But if instead of consuming the fruits the moment they come to his hand, he reserves them for future want, if he commits them again to the earth, again to be multiplied, if he tills his fields to augment their productive power, or defends them by closures from the wild beast, if he plants with the trees the fruit of which will not take place until many years have elapsed, he is then creating the value, not only of the annual produce raised by his own labor from the ground, but also of the ground itself which he has tamed, as he tamed the wild beasts and rendered fit to second his exertions. In that case he is rich, and the more so the longer he can suspend his labours without suffering new wants. So you can see what Simondi, the little trick he's done here, is he's used the physicratic story about the land and nature is what provides real value, right? Land is what works the apple tree, gives the apple tree the chance to give you more apples, and every year it gives you apples. Once you've planted it and taken care of it for the first year and a half, 2 years, it starts to give you apples. So it does the work on its own. You can just lie around sitting underneath the apple tree and eat the apples. But the point here that Simondi is saying is someone has at the beginning to make that labor effort. And the more you sacrifice at the beginning, okay, this is very important here that he's adding. That's why he was saying, if you remember early on, he had mentioned that the thing between accumulated and still unconsumed fruit of labor is what's called wealth. So the wealthy, okay, the difference between the worker, the person who has to scavenge for everyday existence, work every day in order to get enough food to survive, and the person who's wealthy, the rich person in the society, is that one and the other have had over the past years, in either from their parents, you know, their antecedents, their grandparents, the people who came from before them, or in their own life, they have basically sacrificed enough of their current needs or worked hard enough now to accumulate things that have actually produced them a constant ability to keep having wealth coming in, value coming in, right? And this can of course be done through the labor of others, and that's what he's going to discuss here. So he's saying here, however great the beneficence of nature, okay, she gives nothing gratuitously to man, though when addressed by him, she's ready to lend her assistance in multiplying his powers. The history of wealth is in all cases comprised within the limits now specified. The labor which creates, the economy which accumulates, the consumption which destroys. An article which has not been wrought or has not mediately or immediately received its value from labor is not wealth, however useful, however necessary it may be for life. An article which is not useful to man, which does not satisfy any of his desires and cannot mediately or immediately be employed for his service, is no more entitled to the name wealth, whatever labor may have been bestowed on producing it. These are very common things that you'll see all of the economists we're going to look at agree upon. This is something everyone agrees upon. Air, the way that you can breathe air, oxygen, is not wealth, okay? It's just been brought to you. So that's an article that has not been wrought or been created from labor. It has not had any scarcity. It's just available to us as in an infinite level. And then the second point is that anything that people don't want or find a use in, anything that has no utility, any disutility, as it is sometimes called, anything like that cannot have either any value. It cannot be considered valuable to people, because neither you nor the person who you might want to try to sell it to will find value in that. By the way, towards the end of this session, we're going to be examining actually some of the problems with this concept of, you know, rational desires, etc. But anyway. And then he said, and finally, an article which cannot be accumulated or kept for future consumption is not wealth, though created by labor and consumed by enjoyment. So anything that cannot be maintained. So if you're, obviously the apple tree can keep giving you apples, that's fine. But if you're just having a basket of apples and they start to rot after 1 week, you can have 100 apples right now in a basket, but most of them are going to rot and you're going to eat them. So the best thing you can do is just give them for free to someone else, or exchange them to someone else so they can eat. Because if they're going to rot, that you can no longer eat them. So there's no wealth in them. There's nothing of value. So now he's going to look at the social aspect. So he says, thus labor and economy, the true sources of wealth, i.e. of value, you know, individually value, when it's multiplied in many amounts, then it's wealth. You become wealthy when you have a lot of value. These two sources of true wealth exist for the solitary man as well as the social man, and produce the same kind of advantages for both of them. The formation of society, however, and with it the introduction of commerce and exchange, were necessary both to augment the productive power of labor by dividing it, and to afford a more precise aim to economy by multiplying the enjoyments which wealth procures. Thus men combined in society produce more than if each had labored separately, and they preserve better what they have produced, because they feel the value of it better. Exchange first arose from superabundance. Give me that article which is of no service to you, give me those apples because they're going to rot and you can't eat them all, okay? And I will give you something in return. And I will give you this in return, which is of no service to me. I have too many bananas, some of them will rot, so I will give you some of my bananas in exchange for your apples. Present utility, however, was not the sole manner in which things were exchanged. So that's an important element of time aspect, right? That's the basic example, like, let's make a direct exchange right now because things will rot or things will lose their value. So it's better if we each have different things. I grew apples, you grew bananas, let's exchange half-half. That way we don't lose 50% of our bananas, or you lose 50% of your apples from rotting. Okay, that's a simple example. But there are other approaches to this. Each estimated for himself the selling price or the trouble and time bestowed in the production of his own commodity, and compared it with the buying price or the trouble and time necessary for procuring the required commodity through his own efforts. And no exchange could take place until the two contracting parties of the exchange, on calculating the manner, had discovered that it was better thus to procure the commodity wanted than to make it for himself. So let's say you're sitting on a pile of bananas and you want apples. So what you do is you can forward me some bananas for me to work on building an apple tree, on growing an apple tree and getting apples for you. So there's an element there of future, right? And you can see here also an element of risk. This is something that, far before we had stock markets and investments, insurance companies, what we have today, we already had risk and looking towards the future and making a gamble and making an investment and all these kind of concepts. Either an investment of yourself. Remember that Robinson, the solitary man on the island, he had to take a risk. He had to try and build a farm. He had to try to domesticate an animal. He had to plant a tree. That was a risk. It could have been worthless labor. He could have worked really hard. In fact, something that Simon says as well in this book, unfortunately we cannot cover everything, but he also says that actually in many cases there were a lot of failed experiments. People planted an avocado tree using the seed without getting rid of the protective shell. That would have not worked out. Through trial and error, people tried to build something, invested their effort and work into something, and if it worked out, if it led to a tree that produced fruits, then they learned from that and then they tried something different. This was a kind of basic process of creating first wealth from value, then wealth, then exchange as well, when you're talking about social life. And of course, as this process became more complicated over time, this is what Simon is talking about here, and this is where of course his socialist approach shines through, which is that actually what happened was that the labor of people, of individuals, became alienated through the process of exchange, right? That people lost their own labor power because they started to be paid in exchange of goods, okay? And in turn, they used their labor to work for others. The person who was the aristocrat who owned the land of the farm, he could pay people in food so that they would work on the farm, provide him all this extra surplus goods, all these fruits and agricultural goods, and then he would pay the labor of just a small proportion of that, and the rest of it he would sell, right? Or the same thing, of course, with the factory owner. He would pay the labor of enough money to go and feed himself, and in turn the factory produces things that give the owner things to sell at a profit, okay? That's the kind of the core basic socialist approach, and in this case, of course, that's the labor theory of value, very classically stated. And here's what he's saying. He says, wages were the price at which the rich man, the wealthy man, obtained the poor man's labor in exchange. The division of labor had produced the distinction of ranks, and the labor of man created wealth, but wealth in its turn created the labor of man. Wherever wealth offered a profit, a wage, a subsistence, it produced a class of men eager to acquire them. The accumulation of primary labor had created the value of land by unfolding its productive power. This power, as it seconded the labor of man, henceforth became a species of wealth, and a person possessed of land might, without himself laboring, obtain payment for surrendering the use of it to the laborers. Hence the origins of sales and leases of land. The farmer again might hire workmen to labor, and thus might acquire the advantages attached to the exchanging present subsistence against distant produce. What I've just described to you, right? That the landlord himself, the big lord, owns all the land. He leases parts of his land to different farmers. The farmers themselves have a little bit of money, a little bit of capital, a little bit of wealth, right? And they take a risk, try to grow potatoes, and they hire laborers, peasants, workmen to work on that. They pay the workmen only the food that they need to survive for the day, and they take whatever profits they might make from that. It is always, of course, a risk. This is something the socialist approach does not consider, and you can see that with Simon and with many socialists, is that it's always from the point of view of the peasant being exploited. But remember that there is a risk, because the potato might not grow. The weather might go bad that year. There might be a very bad crop. And in that case, the farmer who's risked all his money will lose everything. And of course, the workmen also lose, but they didn't take as much risk in terms of proportion, how much money they put into it. They only risked their life, you know, they only brought their labor to the market. All they did was be present, be ready to work. So this is something to bear in mind. If we move from the socialistic to the free market approach, we have David Ricardo here, disciple of Adam Smith, and his Principles of Political Economy, written 1 year later in 1817. And here he's going to say basically the same concept as Simondie, but from a different perspective. He's going to agree with the labor theory of value, but he doesn't have a problem with it. He's saying that, again, because people are risking, you know, capitalists and owners, landowners, they're risking their assets. So, you know, they're the ones who put people to work. They're the ones, the entrepreneurs who try to take a risk. This is how it works. This is the system in a way, and there's nothing wrong with it. So Ricardo says something again that almost everyone agrees with, most of these economists are agreeing on, which is that water and air are abundantly useful. They are indeed indispensable to existence, and yet under ordinary circumstances, meaning, you know, if you're not in the desert and you you would pay anything to get a little drop of water, right? Apart from those strange circumstances, most of the time nothing can be obtained in exchange for them. You can't go to someone and say, here's a kilogram of oxygen, because they've got oxygen everywhere. Gold, on the contrary, though of little use compared to water and air, will exchange for a great quantity of other goods. Utility, the usefulness of things, therefore, is not the measure of exchangeable value, although it is fundamental to it. If a commodity were in no way useful, in other words, if it could in no way contribute to our gratification, our desires, it would be destitute of exchangeable value, no matter how scarce it might be, or whatever the amount of labor that was necessary to produce it. Okay, can't sell to someone, can't give to someone, can't exchange to someone something that's useless to them. This is the concept here. Again, we'll come back at the end to some approaches that challenge this view, but anyway. So it says, possessing utility, commodities derive their exchangeable value from two sources, from their scarcity and from the quantity of labor that's required to obtain them. There are some commodities, the value of which is determined by their scarcity alone. No labor can increase the quantity of such goods, and therefore their value cannot be lowered by an increased supply. Some rare statues and pictures, scarce books and coins, wines of a particular quality, which can be made only from certain grapes grown in a certain soil, of which there is a very limited quantity. These are of that description. Their value is wholly independent from the quantity of labor necessary to produce them, and varies with the varying wealth and inclinations of those who are desirous to possess them. So this is something that David Ricardo was heavily criticized by the group that we'll see next, the relative approach, because you see that he's trying to say, well, exceptionally, some things just do not have labor as their basis underneath. Everything else, however, is based on labor, right? The value of everything else is based on labor, except these rare statues and rare wines, etc. That's something that's going to be a problem for Ricardo. Okay, we're going to see that in the next section. So this is his bailout card here, and he says these commodities, however, form only a small part of the mass of commodities daily exchanged in the market. So he's saying, I'm not going to pay attention to this kind of special valuation of what people like just because of their desires, or they attach a certain affinity to that thing. He's saying then, in speaking of commodities, of their exchangeable value and the laws which regulate their relative prices, we always mean such commodities as can only be increased in quantity by the exertion of human industry, and on the production of which competition operates without restraint. In the early stages of society, the exchangeable value of these commodities, or the rule which determines how much one shall be given in exchange for another, depends solely on the comparative quantity of labor expended on each. If the quantity of labor realized in commodities regulate their exchangeable value, every increase of the quantity of labor must augment the value of that commodity on which it is exercised, as every diminution must lower it. Adam Smith, who so accurately defined the original source of exchangeable value, and who was bound in consistency to maintain that all things become more or less valuable in proportion as more or less labor was bestowed on their production, has himself erected another standard measure of value and speaks of things being more or less valuable in proportion as they will exchange for more or less of their standard measure. So here he's criticizing Smith, Ricardo. He's saying, well, Smith touched on this idea of labor is the real value of everything. The more labor goes into something, the more it's worth in exchange for other things. And then he's saying, well, that was great that Adam Smith said that, but unfortunately Adam Smith doesn't keep up with this labor theory value, and instead he goes off and diverges in something else. This is exactly what I was saying before, that Adam Smith is not a theorist of the labor theory value. And what Ricardo has done here is a mistake that almost many other economists have done, which is thinking that Smith was trying to say labor is the fundamental determinant of value, right? Of things in the world, of commodities, of goods, of things we buy and sell. But actually it's not that. Smith is not saying that, and we'll see that when we go back to Smith in a future section. But bear in mind here that Ricardo doesn't understand this. He's just seeing this as a mistake. He thinks that Smith is making a mistake when in fact he's the one making the mistake. So he says that the problem of Smith is that he's trying to use kind of labor as a kind of standard measure for how goods are exchanged, how they're valued between each other. And for him, that's a mistake, because what Ricardo is saying is they're not a measure, they're really value. Labor is the value that the more labor you put into something, the more valuable it is. And he's saying this is problematic. And here's what he says. Sometimes Adam Smith speaks of corn, and other times he speaks of labor as the standard measure. Not the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of any object, but the quantity that it can command in the market. So here Ricardo has actually made a fatal mistake, but he thinks that it's Smith who's done the mistake. What Ricardo has done is he's first of all, he didn't understand what Smith says about corn and labor, which we'll see in a next section, in another section. But the second thing he's done is he hasn't understood that Smith doesn't believe that labor is the thing that gives something value. Like adding more labor to an object doesn't make it more valuable. This is not something that Smith believes in, but Ricardo does, and he thinks that's a mistake of Smith. What Ricardo is saying is that's what it's all about, that the labor itself bestowed on something gives it value. It's not what the labor represents in the commodity itself. The labor has become invested into the commodity, okay? And he says here, the estimation in which different qualities of labor are held comes soon to be adjusted in the market with sufficient precision for all practical purposes, and depends much on the comparative skill of the laborer, intensity of the laborer performed, etc. What is he saying there? He's a kind of a bailout card. Whenever you see that, you'll start to notice this with economists. Whenever they say, oh, for all practical purposes, experience has taught us, experience shows. That is an economist who's found a problem and he cannot deal with it, so he just wants to just throw it out, because this is a very big problem for Ricardo, not for Smith and Karl Marx, but for Ricardo this is a big problem. Different qualities of labor are being held against each other. The apples and the bananas get exchanged on like for like basis. So why is it that more apples and more bananas sell for this much more, this much less? There's an important qualitative thing, the quality of the commodity itself, that's being changed by the labor. That is an important whole in what Ricardo is discussing. He's not discussing the qualities. He just thinks that labor increases the quantity, and therefore, a purely quantitative exchange is happening. Okay, so that was the objective materialist approach to value. And now we're going to look at a relative approach, the commercial view of value. So here we're beginning with John Locke, so we're going back in time again to John Locke. Some considerations of the consequences of lowering the interest and raising the value of money. Locke, of course, is an important empirical philosopher, meaning believing in observation, the senses, trusting your senses to understand the world around you. And he had quite a successful, very successful political philosophical career in England. And he'd been asked by a friend of his who worked in the English Parliament, I think. He'd been asked of his opinion about interest rates. So this actual essay is very useful, very interesting, relating to money, interest rates, inflation, etc. But in this essay also, he covers the question of value, how to understand value. And what Locke outlines here is a very typical laissez-faire, free market laissez-faire approach, meaning laissez-faire in French means let it be, right? Free market approach, which sees value as simply a shifting thing defined by the relationships between things. However someone wants to exchange something A for something B, that is the principle of value. It's a kind of purely market equilibrium understanding of it. And this is the beginnings of that approach, John Locke. He says, money in its circulation driving the several wheels of trade, whilst it keeps in that channel, for some it will be unavoidably drained into other pools, is shared by the landowner, whose land affords the materials, the labourer, who works for them, the broker, that's to say the merchant and shopkeeper, who distributes things to those who want them, and the consumer, who spends them. Okay, what he's saying is basically money circulates to everyone, okay, and therefore money is very fundamental. So he says, now money is necessary to all these sorts of men, as serving both as the counters and for the pledges, and so carrying with it even reckoning and security that he that receives it shall have the same value for it again, of other things that he wants, whenever he pleases. The one of these it does by its stamp and denomination, and the other by its intrinsic value, which is its quantity. Okay? For mankind, having consented to put an imaginary value upon gold and silver by reason of their durableness, scarcity, and not being liable to being counterfeited, have made them, by general consent, the common pledges whereby men are assured, in exchange for them, to receive equally valuable things to those they parted with in the quantity of those metals. So here you can see a very big difference between him and Isaac Gervais that we saw, who had seen as gold the kind of fundamental thing that gives value, or Thomas Hobbes as well, if you remember. They saw that gold and silver are the fundamental real value. John Locke is making a much more circulatory approach, right? Value is just something that people have consented to because they need something to measure and give value to the different things they're exchanging. So as you can see again, it's an exchange-based understanding of value. And then he goes on, he says, by which it comes to pass that the intrinsic value regarded in these metals made for the common barter is nothing but the quantity which men give or receive for them. For they having as money no other value, but as pledges to procure what one wants or desires, and they procuring what we want and desire only by their quantity, it is evident that the intrinsic value of silver and gold used in commerce is nothing but their quantity. A law cannot give to bills intrinsic value which the universal consent of mankind has annexed to silver and gold, and hence foreigners can never be brought to take your bills or writings for any part of payment. So here he's conceding that gold and silver, at least in the international trade between countries, gold and silver cannot be, they have been through history, through custom, they have been considered to be the real thing that you can use to measure the value of other things, whatever you need, apples, bananas, whatever, oranges. But the point he's making here that's different from Gervais is that actually this is just a custom. This is just something that people agree to over time, over the history, as a way of giving value to the things that have real value, the things that give you satisfaction. Eating an apple feeds you. Having a car allows you to drive quickly somewhere else. Whatever the commodity, the thing that in the real world that has real value, gold and silver, money, is what allows us to weigh them up against each other. Okay, so this is very different to the previous approach of Thomas Hobbes and Gervais. Even though John Locke is saying yes, gold and silver do have a special standing, okay, that a piece of paper or a coin cannot have because they have a certain scarcity and difficulty to obtain. But what he's saying is the real value is not in gold and silver. They just have a special standing as a way of measuring the real value of things, the different commodities in the world, the things that we exchange. And the real value is whatever we need from those commodities, okay? So money, gold and silver as money, and the money that is backed by gold and silver are simply a kind of way of measuring the real value of the real things that we use. A car, an orange that we eat, a house that we have built for us, or that we build ourselves with the materials we exchange to build it. This is what he's saying there. So he says, the intrinsic natural worth of any thing consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniencies of human life. And the more necessary it is to our being, and the more it contributes to our well-being, the greater its worth. That there is no intrinsic natural settled value in any one thing, as to make it assigned any quantity constantly worth any assigned quantity of another. He's saying there's no way of saying that gold has some intrinsic natural settled value. Its main value is actually that it's scarce and allows things to be easily measured one against the other in terms of their value. And the things that give other things value, the property that gives other things value, is the intrinsic natural worth. The reason why an apple has value is not because it's worth this much gold or whatever. It's because it's useful for us. It feeds us, it gives us nutrients, etc. So after Locke, we move forward to French economist Jean-Baptiste, whose treatise on political economy and production, distribution and consumption, influenced by Adam Smith, but very much going away from Adam Smith, whereas David Ricardo moved from Adam Smith towards theory of labor, Jean-Baptiste moved away from theory of labor into this kind of idea of values exchange, equilibrium of exchange. Okay, so you can think of it as Ricardo took labor from Smith, Say took exchange from Smith, equilibrium of exchange from Smith, supply and demand, actually, equilibrium. And both of them took different parts of Smith, but both of them didn't really fully understand what Smith was trying to get at when he was examining value. So this is in 1803 that he wrote this. He says, very much in keeping with John Locke, the one we've just seen, he says, valuation of an object is nothing more or less than the affirmation that it is in a certain degree of comparative estimation with some other specified object, right? Relative, the things in reference, as John Locke said just before. Valuation is vague and arbitrary. Okay, you can see how this is fundamentally different to the Simondi and David Ricardo understanding that it's labor, it's a fixed thing, or the gold and silver guys, Thomas Hobbes, etc., where it's just a fixed thing. Valuation is vague and arbitrary when there is no assurance that it will be generally acquiesced by the others. The only fair criterion of the value of an object is the quantity of other commodities at large that can be readily obtained for it in exchange whenever the owner wishes to part for it. And this, in all commercial dealings and in all money valuations, is called the current price. What is it then that determines the current price of commodities? The want or desire of any particular object depends upon the physical and moral constitution of man, the climate he might live in, the laws, the customs and manners of the particular society in which he happens to be enrolled. He has wants both corporal and intellectual, social and individual wants for himself and for his family. Of these wants, some are satisfied by the gratuitous agency of natural objects, as for example air, water, solar light, etc., and they are never possessed of exchangeable value. We know why, right? They're not scarce. You can just have as many as you want of air and water, etc. Other wants there are that can only be satisfied by the employment of objects possessed by a utility, which they could not have been invested with without some modification by human agency, without having undergone some change of condition, and without some difficulty having been surmounted for the purpose. So here he's referring to, of course, labor. As you can see, it's a banned word. The word labor is not acceptable in Say's work. So you can see he's just kind of hinting at it without saying it. Of this kind are the products of agriculture, commerce and manufacture in all their various ramifications. To them alone is any value attached, and for a very obvious reason, because the very act of production implies an act of mutual exchange, in which the labourer has given his personal agency for the product obtained in its exertion. This is going back to Simondie. Remember that you have to make an effort to bring out the agriculture from the ground. Nature does not give you whatever you like. You have to work on it. That's what labor provides. So Say is recognizing this, but he's still insisting that it's just the exchange. This is still just an act of exchange. It's not that labor has any special fundamental thing that it invests into its product, okay? It's just that there's an exchange, and the value of the exchange is based on the level of effort that's been gone into it, meaning how scarce it has been. If it's an easy thing to find, if you can grow an apple tree very easily, it's going to become much less scarce, and therefore its value will be less lower, right? It's a supply and demand equilibrium. That's how he's seeing it. It's the exchange, and the supply aspect is determined by scarcity, and the demand aspect also is very important, which is determined by utility, right? Air, oxygen, water, these are useful things, but they're completely available. There's endless supply of them, and therefore they don't have great value. Those things which have usefulness, utility, but are quite difficult to get, they have more value. And the more difficult they are to get, the more scarce they are, the more effort they require, the more there's going to be value attached to them, because there's going to be less of them, less supply, and more demand for less units of supply. Okay? So he's saying, thus it is obvious that the current value of productive exertion, of labor, as you can see he has banned the word labor from his book, but the current value of labor is founded upon the value of an infinity of products compared to one another. That the value of the products is not founded on that productive agency. It is not labor, he's saying. I don't agree with Ricardo, I don't agree with Simondie. It's not labor that is producing the value of those products, as some authors have erroneously affirmed. And that since the desire of an object, and consequently its value, originates in its utility, it is actually the ability to create utility wherein originates that desire that gives value to productive agency. To put it in simple terms, when you start to experiment with crops and you find a crop that you grow and you make it nicer and tastier, people find utility in that, they find it useful, they might like it, they find it's very nice to eat, etc. So you create an increase in the demand, and that attaches more value to that, because especially if that crop is difficult to grow, it has certain conditions, it needs a certain type of soil, so the harder it becomes to grow, the more demand there is for that, because it's a rare thing, it has very low supply, and it has more demand because people like it a lot, there's a lot of desire for it. Okay, it's the market approach to value. This is a very important fundamental approach to modern economics, the neoclassical economics that rose in the 20th century. We have to cover very quickly John Stuart Mill in his Principles of Political Economy, written in 1848. He disagreed with David Ricardo, he disagreed with Adam Smith as he understood him. Right? He fundamentally agreed with Say's approach. He says, a thing may have any value in exchange under two conditions that are necessary. It must be of some use, that is to say, that it must conduce to some purpose, satisfy some desire, etc. And second, the thing must not only have some utility, but there must be some difficulty in its attainment. It must be scarce, right? But what is meant by the demand? Not the mere desire for the commodity. A beggar may desire a diamond, but his desire, no matter how great, will have no influence on the price. The quantity demanded is not a fixed quantity. Even at the same time and place, it varies according to the value. If the thing is cheap, there is usually a demand for more of it than when it was dear. The demand, therefore, partly depends on the value. But it was before laid down that the value depends on demand. How do we solve this contradiction, right? He's saying, I agree with Say that, the more there's demand for something, and the more scarce it is, the more value it's going to have. But he's saying the problem is, usually actually in experience, how people do things, they have more demand for the things that are cheap. People don't all search to buy diamonds, but they do all search to buy bread. And what he's going to suggest here is that fundamentally it's about an equilibrium. So he says demand and supply, the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied will be made equal. He's not the first to say this. Of course, Adam Smith outlined this concept already, as did others before Adam Smith. If unequal at any moment, competition equalizes them, and the manner in which this is done is by an adjustment of the value. If the demand increases, the value rises. If the demand diminishes, the value falls again. If the supply falls off, the value rises and falls if the supply is increased. That's the famous demand-supply curve. You've probably come across this if you ever did economics at school. It's this idea of an equilibrium, that basically value is fundamentally tied to scarcity and desire, how much people want things. And the more people want something, the more it drives the prices up. And even more so if it's very scarce. But in doing this, that actually ironically reduces demand, because as the price goes up, as the value that is attached to something goes up, then less and less people are able to pay for that, and therefore the demand goes down, equilibrium is reached again, price goes back up, then go back down, etc., etc. So the marginalist revolution obviously is a logical continuation of this, right? And it starts with this William Stanley Jevons, following on from John Stuart Mill. By this time, the idea of Adam Smith, which had combined some aspects of labor with some aspects of the market, the free market, as you can see in the free market school with Jean-Baptiste, with John Stuart Mill, and now with the marginalists, well, one group of marginalists, we'll see the other group have a different approach, but one group of marginalists, they see things simply increasingly through the market only, that it's only the quantity of the goods, how much they represent in the equilibrium of supply and demand, of desire and scarcity, that this is the only thing that's giving value to things, okay? And that's very fundamental to the neoclassical model of economics that currently dominates economics, the orthodox economics of today. So the first of these marginalists, William Stanley Jevons, he wrote The Theory of Political Economy in 1871. So he says, "Repeated reflection and inquiry have led me to a somewhat novel opinion that value depends entirely upon utility. Prevailing opinions make labour rather than utility the origin of value, and there are even those who suggest that labour is the actual cause of value." Right, that's David Ricardo. "I hesitate to say that men will ever have the means of measuring directly the feelings of the human heart. You know, it's difficult to, what he's saying is difficult to tell what makes someone have pleasure or want something, demand something. A unit of pleasure or pain is difficult even to conceive, but it is the amount of these feelings which is continuously prompting us to buy and sell, borrow and lend, labour and rest, produce and consume. And it is from these quantitative effects of the feeling that we must estimate their comparative effects, comparative amounts." Jevons is acknowledging here the problem of trying to understand how people value things, if we're going to take the term value to mean attaching utility, you know, a want, a desire, something that satisfies what you need, right? So he's saying that's true, all these problems are true, but he adds that actually there are ways that we can understand things. So he says, "Every mind is thus inscrutable to every other mind, and no common denominator of feeling seems to be possible. Each person is to the other persons a portion of the outward world, the non-ego, as the metaphysicians call it. Hence the weighing of motives must always be confined to the bosom of the individual. Practically, however, it is quite impossible to detect the operation of a general law of this kind in the actions of one or a few individuals. The motives and conditions are so numerous and complicated that the resulting action have the appearance of caprice and are beyond the analytical powers of science." So Jevons, after having acknowledged all these issues, he goes on to actually just say, well, it's not such a big problem as long as we're focusing just on the point at which people make decisions. So he's saying, I don't really care about what's inside the motivations and thinking, pleasures or pain of the various people, or the mistakes they might make in calculating those things. You know, they might pay too much for something, or they might get addicted. At one point he talks about how sometimes people can not stop buying sugar even if the price of sugar goes up because they're addicted to sugar. So this is all taken into account by him. What he's saying is he suspends all these other aspects. He's not really interested in any of these other elements. And he says instead, the theory of marginal approach, what he's suggesting. This marginalist theory of the market, of valuation in the market, turns upon those critical points where pleasures are nearly, if not quite, equal. I never attempt to estimate the whole pleasure gained by purchasing a commodity. The theory merely expresses that when a man has purchased enough, he would derive equal pleasure from the possession of a small quantity more as he would from the money price of it. Economics must be founded upon a full and accurate investigation of the conditions of utility, and to understand this element, we must necessarily examine the wants and desire of man. Utility is not proportional to commodity. The very same articles vary in utility according as we already possess more or less of the same article. This is his main point here. He's saying, I agree with John Stuart Mill that the amount of commodities we can exchange for each other is what really gives us value, right? And how much we want those things and how scarce they are, how difficult they are to obtain, is what really gives them different levels of value between themselves. What Jevons is adding here, and the other marginalists that emerged from the 1870s till the 1890s, what they're adding is they're saying it's also about the types of commodities, okay? That the difference in the type of commodities gives you, and having the same commodity gives you less pleasure than having different types of commodities once you've fulfilled your pleasure for one of them. I have 10 apples, I'm okay with exchanging one apple for a banana because I've got enough apples. And in fact, bananas and apples fulfill the same thing for me. They feed me, they give me nutrition. So I would prefer to give up 3 of my apples out of my 10. I've got 7 that feeds me for today, that's fine. The 3, I can let go of them and go and get something else, like a pencil, because then I can go and do something else with my time, like draw, right? There is a certain level at which having the same of a commodity, of something, an object, becomes tedious. It becomes too much, too much of the same, right? So that's what he says. He says, if we were to subtract a 10th part of what we eat daily, our loss would be very slight, right? If we took out all of the food, we would lose everything. We wouldn't be able to eat today. But if we only take out 3 apples, it's fine. We've still got 7 apples for today to eat. So we can exchange those 3 extra apples that we don't need, exchange them for something else that might give us a need. Okay? And that's what he says. Now, if we call each of 10 parts an increment, the meaning of these facts is that each increment of food is less necessary or possesses less utility than the previous one. And that's often called diminishing marginal utility in modern economics. So he adds, to finish off, the final degree of utility is that function upon which the theory of economics will be found to turn. So he's saying the real differences between values as they are compared, meaning the different objects that are exchanged, the thing that makes a difference between them, the thing that draws people to exchange, to buy, to sell, is that marginal utility, that final degree of utility. Anything that you don't really need for yourself, you're willing to exchange for anything someone else doesn't need for themselves. As you can see, the reason why it's led to this is that there's this focus on the market. So Adam Smith's sons, if you want to call it like that, David Ricardo and Simondi, they went for the labor side of the aspect. And they focused on actually people putting effort into creating value out of something, starting from just on their own. Remember Robinson Crusoe on his island, creating value from nature, from his labor, and then exchanging that value, and eventually just starting to own other people's labor value by employing them in a farm, in a factory, etc. Say, on the other hand, went towards the market. And from Say we have John Stuart Mill, and we now have the marginalist school. And in the market side, this is the logical ending of the market approach, the marginal approach, which is that you end up seeing everything as simply a exchange of whatever you don't need. Value is whatever you feel willing to push aside from what you've got. Obviously, the first problem there is a very ahistorical, and this is an issue that we will see comes up again in the later texts. So now we move on to Léon Vallras, Swiss French economist, who independently worked on this concept of marginal utility. And that's what he's widely remembered for. But actually we'll see that actually with Walras, it's a much more careful understanding that he examines of this market approach, the equilibrium approach. Although he ends up seeing in the market, in the equilibrium of supply and demand, of scarcity and wants, of desire and scarcity, he agrees with Se, and he agrees with Jevons and with the kind of neoclassical, what became later on neoclassical approach. But he is much more careful in carefully understanding also the element of the other element of Adam Smith, you know, and in this actually Walras is very smart, because he sees that Adam Smith is not really saying that labor is value. So he's actually going against what we saw with Simondi and Ricardo. You know, Walras is actually saying, actually Smith is not seeing in value, in labor value. Smith was actually seeing value in a process, in a transformation, which we'll come back to in another section below. So in actually writing his book, very same time period, 1874, just after Jevons, he writes The Elements of the Pure Political Economy, and he outlines this distinction that I've been outlining for you between the kind of, let's say, what later became the distinction between macroeconomic and micro, the kind of the big picture approach in which you see value as something to do with a social thing, and the micro, which we just saw actually with Jevons. He was actually saying outright that the only way you can focus on understanding markets by looking at individual wants and individual supply based on one object, right? So it's a very micro level analysis that Jevons and those who developed that kind of efficient market approach, that's what the path that they went down led them towards a micro approach. Léon Walras says the two operations Adam Smith talks about are analogous not to those done by the surveyor and the astronomer, but instead to those done by the architect and the navigator. So if political economy were what Smith says, and if it were anything else, it would be something very interesting for sure, but it would not be a science in itself. Smith's definition is therefore incomplete in that it fails to point out the purpose of political economy as a science in itself. So here Walras is saying, I understand that Smith was looking at political economy as an art, as something that has to do with society, transformation, you know, kind of a work in progress. And Walras is saying, I don't agree with that 100%, because I want a scientific understanding of what economy is. I don't want just a kind of artistic or a work in progress approach, right? So he's saying, actually, we need to actually have a scientific approach. But at the same time, he criticizes Jean-Baptiste for being too scientific. Okay, so he says, also, it is obvious at first sight that Jean-Baptiste's definition is not only different from Adam Smith's, but that it is to some extent quite the opposite. Whereas according to Smith, all political economy would be an art rather than a science, according to Say, all economic science would be the natural science. It seems according to him that wealth is formed, distributed and consumed, if not by itself, then at least in a way that is somehow independent of the will of man, and that all political economy consists in the simple exposition of this in this way. You can see here the two different branches that Adam Smith created, because Adam Smith also talked about supply and demand, the market, the efficient market, etc. But at the same time, he also talked about labor and the underlying transformation of commodities through the labor process. These two seeds that Adam Smith laid created these two branches that would eventually become macroeconomics micro. Because on one hand, you had the ones who chased labor, and starting with Simondi, the socialists, and then also that later on with David Ricardo, the macroeconomic, what led eventually to the national economy, the idea of national planning, comparative advantage, etc. So a kind of new mercantilism based on labor rather than based on gold or some fixed notion of value. On the other side, you have the efficient market approach, starting with Say, then building into John Stuart Mill, and then all the English economists, the marginalist economists, Jevons and Marshall, that we'll see next. Okay, what Walras is doing very smartly, he's seeing the problem here, which is that these two extremes are actually, kind of leading to two different conceptions of what economics is, and he's asking actually instead to have a holistic approach, which actually takes both of them together. So he adds, this naturalistic point of view was elaborated by Say to the physiocrats and inspired by the formula laissez-faire, laissez-passer, which had summarized their doctrine on industrial and commercial production. Unfortunately, this view is as false as it is convenient. Man is a being endowed with reason and freedom, capable of initiative and progress, and when it comes to the production and distribution of wealth, as generally in all matters of social organization, he has the choice between good and evil. Having said that, Walras, despite having recognized these issues, he still fits more towards the relativist approach, i.e. that value is based on supply and demand of different commodities or objects that are created. He is not someone who believes that labor creates the value. What he's really saying is that we mustn't, if you're going to focus on supply and demand, also take into account the social aspects. Okay, and this is something he tried to deal with, and it's arguable that he didn't succeed in providing a clear way of how he could achieve that. But basically he was saying that he was agreeing with Say, he just didn't agree with the way it was too focused on just the individual decisions, the individual actions of exchange. He was saying that there's something more than that. There's the social aspect as well of wealth, social wealth and social organization. So he says, I say that things are useful as soon as they can be used for any purpose, as soon as they meet any need that allows for its satisfaction. These things which are useful are generally not rare and are not part of a social wealth. So notice that he's talking about social wealth here, right? This is where he's taking from maybe Ricardo and this concept of a national economy, a social economy, as well as microeconomic decisions of the market and of exchange, etc. He says one thing is scarce in political economy as soon as it is useful and limited in quantity. Useful things limited in quantity can be appropriated. Unless things escape appropriation, things that are useful but exist in unlimited quantity cannot be appropriated. So obviously air and water in the seas cannot be appropriated. They cannot be the basis of private property because there's endless amount of it. That's what he's saying here. First of all, they are not coercible or seizable. One would like to take them out of the common domain, the public domain, the commons, what everyone else owns together as a group, a social aspect. But that because of their very quantity, you could not. And here's an example here of how he differs, how Walras takes a much more subtle approach to market exchange and value being based on the exchange of things as they are, scarce or in demand. He says, for example, the faculty of exchanging itself for each of the others in such and such a determined proportion is a special property. And he says, if wheat and money have such a value in relation to each other, it is because they are respectively more or less scarce. That is to say that they are more or less useful or more or less limited in quantity according to the natural circumstances. But this does not mean, remember what his criticism was of Say. He said, but men have the ability to reason. They have their free will. They can do things for the negative, evil decisions or the good decisions, right? And this is exactly what he means, that the free market hypothesis, the balance of the equilibrium of supply and demand is not good enough to explain everything. Because he says, for example, this does not mean that we have no influence on those prices. In the case of wheat, for example, we could raise the prices of wheat by destroying part of that supply. So this is fundamentally what he's arguing for. He's saying that supply and demand, yes. The scarcity, yes, it's important. But also these things can be changed by human decisions, including labor, right? So for example, he says later on, the appropriation of scarce things or of social wealth is a humanitarian fact and not a natural one. It has its origin in the exercise of human will and activity, not in the forces of human nature. The appropriations of things by persons or the distribution of social wealth amongst men in society is moreover a moral fact and not an industrial one. It is a person-to-person relationship. The exchange value is the property of certain things not to be obtained or encoded, that's to say exchanged, for free, but to be bought and sold, received and given under a certain proportion of quantities for other things. So as you can see, it's still the relativist approach that things exchange for things and that is their value. It is determined by how they exchange, the conditions of their exchange. Are they more scarce? Are they more in demand, etc.? But he's disagreeing with this English, marginalist thinkers like Jevons and later on what we're going to see now, Marshall. He disagrees with them that there's this kind of equilibrium, a natural equilibrium. He's saying there's also human factors. Walras in this sense is very sensitive thinker, very careful thinker. So we move on now to Marshall, who was writing a little bit later, 1879, in the pure theory of domestic values. And Marshall basically builds on Jevons and John Stuart Mill's approach to marginalism. So he's not really taking into account this much more sensitive approach of Walras. So he says, in the present part of the treatise we are concerned with the causes which determine the relative values of commodities produced in the same country under the action of free competition. This theory is called by John Stuart Mill and others the theory of value, but I prefer to call it the theory of domestic values. Marshall did this separation because he thought that there was a separate approach to international trade. So he had one theory of domestic values and a theory of international values. For the term theory of value is a generic term and ought, I think, be interpreted so as to include theory of international values as well as domestic values. The progress of the theory of domestic values has been much hindered by the contentions as to the relation in which value stands to cost of production, and the meaning which is attributed to this phrase. The phrase is used in two different senses. Sometimes it means the sum total of the efforts and abstinence which has been undergone by various labourers and capitalists who've had a share in the production. At other times it means the economic measure of these efforts and abstinences, i.e. the price that has to be paid by the person who wants to purchase them. So option number one, that is David Ricardo, that is Simondi. Option number two is the market approach. Whatever efforts have been made, however scarce that thing was, how many workers you needed to do, the price that is pushed on that thing that you've produced at the marketplace is what gives the value, not the actual labor that's gone into it. And he says, of course, unsurprisingly, he says, in the present investigation, we are concerned with cost of production only in its latter use, right? We're only interested in this market exchange, of course, because he's coming at it from the Jean-Baptiste say approach. Then he says, we have to deal only with the machinery of exchange, as I've just said. We have not to estimate the fatigue or discomfort which someone has gone to perform any given task. We only consider the price which must be paid to them in order to induce them to perform it, right? It's like a lord who asks his peasant, go and fetch me that water, and here, have a nickel for it. The price of the labor, the effort of the labor doesn't need to be considered. All that is to be considered is whether that nickel is enough for that person to go and fetch the water. Or is it too much of a task that the person will say, well, I need to fetch that water, but it's 2 kilometers down the road, so I need 2 nickels. It's going to take me a lot of effort to go and get it. This is the market approach, right? The supply and demand, scarcity and desire approach here that we see, Jean-Baptiste. And he says, and is fundamentally the approach that is incorporated in orthodox economics of today, the neoclassical model. So he says a remunerative price is to be interpreted to be a price which shall be just equal to the sum of the exchange or economic measures of those efforts and sacrifices which are required for the production of commodity when the amount in question is produced. It's just what I said, right? Like at what point every person has a price, and the only question is where is the price that it will cost you to make them do something. That's what it comes down to. So this had a very important influence, these texts, the marginalists, the English marginalists, had an important influence on the growth of the neoclassical model, which grew especially in the United States as well, with Irving Fisher, an important economist in the 1920s, and later on was reborn with another important American philosopher, American economist, Milton Friedman. Marshall was important in bringing in the replacement of the theory of value, which had been so popular from the time of Adam Smith at least, towards the theory of prices. Okay, and this was very important influence, actually, not just on the neoclassical, sometimes it's called neoliberal economics approach, which was, Irving Fisher, Milton Friedman, but it also had an impact on the Keynesian economic model as well, which also was very influenced by Marshall, and we'll see that later, that model as well. So if we move on here to another approach, and this one you will probably have heard of, it's the Austrian school approach. It agrees with the marginalism, but has a different approach towards price, towards the market itself. So this is actually a subjective approach and psychological approach. So it's not one in which it's a commercial kind of approach where everything matters. The thing that matters is the exchange itself only. The supply and demand rationally fixes value, but rather that value is in itself subjective to individuals. It's people's minds, their subjective interpretation of something that actually sets the value. And this had been already discussed earlier on. We see Thomas Joplin, an essay on money and bullion, and here he discusses how actually gold and silver do not have any intrinsic value, but rather it's what we attach to things that give them value. So he says, value is an affection of the mind and signifies the liking we have to anything. When we speak of value being in a thing, as it is in a horse or a gold or silver, we mean no more than it stirs up that affection in us. To the higher degree it does, the greater the value it has. When we speak of a bushel of wheat as being worth 5 shillings, which was an old English currency, we mean that it stirs up this much, 5 shillings, of affection in us. Value intrinsic is the affection we have for anything of what it is in itself, or the good itself might do for us. So in other words, there is nothing in the world we value for what it is in itself, except the virtues and abilities of mankind, such as integrity, wisdom, magnanimity. These we esteem even in an enemy. The envious man often hates another because of those virtues that he values in himself, in the other man. All the other things we value for their usefulness, and that we value most, which may do us the greatest service. Therefore, that is of greatest intrinsic value, which is in itself the most useful and delightful properties. Earth, water, and light are things of greatest intrinsic value, though the commonest in the world. The intrinsic value, therefore, of things is not always the same, but changes with our circumstances. To a man in burning fever, a sick person, a glass of a small beer is of more intrinsic value than a bottle of Burgundy. Fire and water have their value, and are either hot, as they are either hot or cold. So you see that he's saying, whatever we subjectively need of something, even if it has an objective value, like gold has certain properties, it is shiny, it is durable, it is easy to melt, but it is our need, our subjective need, that imposes itself on that objective thing in the real world that gives it value. We assign value subjectively, okay? You can see this is the subjective theory of value. Then he adds, the general extrinsic value is very commonly mistaken for intrinsic. Therefore, you often hear people talk about the intrinsic value of a bar of gold or silver, which actually have very little usefulness in themselves and constantly little intrinsic value. But people think they have because they are so generally valued. As some vain lord, gold and silver, though the most valued of all metals, actually have very little intrinsic value to them, compared with the great value that is put upon them. Silver will serve us with very few uses, and gold with even less. Were they esteemed for their intrinsic worth, silver would be most valued, lead would serve for more than either, and iron is so useful that we could hardly subsist without it. This, according to the rule laid before, is a metal of all other that has the greatest intrinsic worth, the iron, because you can use it for anything. You can use it for weapons, building bridges, etc. But yet, gold and silver have been found by mankind to be the most proper for commerce, and therefore they have the most generic value, general extrinsic value. So what he's saying there is that the properties of gold, silver, the intrinsic properties, are not necessarily better than the properties of iron. Iron is much better, much easier to to create things with, right? But subjectively, from the point of view of what people want to do with their lives, how they want to organize their society, how they want to exchange things. For example, gold, silver, they were used as money, and they're useful for that reason, okay? So their utility is natural, but the utility they have in a social sense, what they have subjectively, what is subjectively attached to them by human beings, has much greater value than iron. This is his approach to subjective theory of value. That approach was then picked up later on by the Austrian marginalists. So we have seen the English marginalists, that was Jevons and Marshall. Now we have another branch of the marginalist school, the Austrian school, okay? And they focus really on this subjective approach of value. Karl Menger, he was the primary thinker of this school, and he wrote in 1871 the Principles of Economics, around the same time as Jevons. He says, earlier we called the entire sums of goods at a person's command his property, and the entire sum of economic goods at an economizing individual's command we will, on the other hand, call his wealth. The non-economic goods at an economizing individual's commands are not objects of economy, and hence must not be regarded as part of his wealth. We saw that economic goods are goods whose available quantities are smaller than the requirements for them. Wealth can therefore be defined as the entire sum of goods at an economizing individual's command, the quantities of which are smaller than the requirements for them. Hence, if there were a society where all the goods were available in amounts exceeding the requirements for them, there would be no economic goods. Okay, something that almost everyone we've looked at so far agrees with. Scarcity defines economic aspect. You know, if it's something like air which is available, is going to have no economic relationship because you have air everywhere. You're not going to box it up and sell it to someone, or even box it up and keep it for your own use. You have no need to do that. So in that sense, a good is at a person's command in the economic sense of the term if he is in a position to employ it for the satisfaction of his need. The problem arises from the fact that a continuous increase in the amount of economic goods available to economizing individuals would necessarily cause these goods eventually to lose their economic character, and in this way cause the components of wealth to suffer diminution. We have a queer contradiction that a continuous increase of the objects of wealth would have as a final necessary sequence a diminution of wealth. The more you're producing things, okay, the more you're interested in producing something, the more value attached to something, the less value it gets, because more of it is being produced, it becomes less scarce, and therefore there's more of it available. Okay, cars, when they were first introduced, were very valuable relative to other things in the world. But as they became increasingly produced, they became less and less valuable, and they become something that is an everyday good that almost everyone has and uses. Okay. Same thing with planes. You know, flying in a plane at the beginning was a difficult good, scarce, took a lot of effort. As it becomes more in demand, the effort put in its production increases, and as that happens, it becomes less and less worth. The value of it becomes relatively to other things worth less and less. If economizing men become aware of these circumstances, these goods attain for them the significance we call value. Value is thus the importance that individual goods or in quantities of goods attain for us because we are conscious of being dependent on command for them for the satisfaction of our needs. Value is therefore nothing inherent in goods, no property of them, but merely the importance that we attribute to the satisfaction of our needs, that is, to our lives and well-being, and in consequence carry over to economic goods as the exclusive causes of the satisfaction of our needs. Okay, so you can see here where the marginalism is going to come in, because he's saying what we attach as subjectively from our point of view in our minds, what we attach as valuable is what we have, what we want, that there is not a lot of. Okay, and in fact, as he was saying, the contradiction, the queer contradiction he talked about, the more we focus on those things, the more demand there is on those things, the more they are produced and effort is made to produce them, the more available they become, and the less valuable they become, and the less demand eventually, there is less demand that emerges out of that. So this is something that the marginalism is going to come from the more you have of something, the less it becomes worth for you, right? So he says here, as an example, if an inhabitant of a virgin forest has several hundred thousand trees at his disposal, while he needs only some 20 a year for the full provision of his requirements for the timber, for his house and for his fire, etc., he will not consider himself injured in any way if, in the satisfaction of his needs, if a forest fire destroys 1,000 or so of the trees, provided he's still in the position to satisfy his needs as completely as before, with the rest. In such circumstances, therefore, satisfaction of none of his needs depends on his command of any single tree, and for this reason, a tree has actually no value to him. Okay, so in the Austrian school, what you're seeing is that value is entirely about your approach as an individual towards what you think you need and how much of that is available and how much effort is required to get that thing, right? This is going to be a very controversial issue when we look later on, because value in this way has become, as you can see, completely a logic of rational and not just rational, it's an entirely internal logic, right? It can be rational or irrational, actually. This is one of the strengths of the Austrian school, is that unlike the previous marginalists, Jevons and Marshall, the Austrians do accept that there can be a lot of irrational aspects to subjective value. But the problem here is it's entirely internal. Human beings are treated entirely, in this case, entirely as individual and separate, atomic, separate individuals, separate from each other, or from a general good, or from even a calculation that is not based on simply what you need in a kind of process, processual approach. I need this much good, I need this much tree, this much timber to create these many houses. If the forest burns down, I don't care, right? Of course, the first thing you're going to think about here is, as a human being, is, you will care if the forest burns down. It's your neighborhood. So this is actually a great fault with the Austrian school, which is that it's a very reductive approach. It reduces social life and life generally into a very reductive, simplistic model of economic calculation. Okay, so he goes on here. He says, utility is the capacity of a thing to serve the satisfaction of human needs. Okay, and again, he's not considering human needs from the point of view of psychological well-being, feeling as part of a community, feeling like you live in a forest that hasn't burned down. That's not something he's considering, right? It's just human needs in terms of whatever amount of this I need to build this, or whatever amount of this I need to eat to feel full or to feel satisfied. And hence it is a general prerequisite of the goods character. Non-economic goods have utility as well as economic goods, since they are also capable of satisfying our needs. What distinguishes a non-economic good from a good subject to quantitative relationship of an economic character is the circumstance of satisfaction does not require concrete quantities. He's going through a long way of saying what we've already seen, right? That if there's plenty of air, it's not going to be economic because it's not scarce. You don't need to buy and sell it. You don't need to put an effort to make it. Air is available everywhere. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Next key thinker of the Austrian school. This is Friedrich Wieser. And with Wieser, what we see is a slightly more careful approach, just like what we saw with Léon Walras. He took a much more sensitive approach to the English marginalist, English relative value approach. Here we see here in the subjective value, Friedrich Wieser takes a much more careful approach. And that's because he's writing later in 1891 and he's becoming aware of the problems of this very fixed approach that we saw with Karl Menger. So he wrote a little article here, The Austrian School and the Theory of Value. He says, the value of commodities is derived wholly from their utility, but the utility they afford is not wholly convertible into value. Commodities which may be had freely in abundance are of no value, however much utility they can afford. But those commodities too, which because they are not to be had in sufficient quantity, are valuable for the sake of their utility, acquire value which, as a rule, is less than their utility. The harvest to which a nation owes the maintenance of so many millions of lives during a year has a value which is no approximate expression of the services rendered, nor ought it to be. The value should express not the total utility, but only a part of it, the final degree of utility, as Jevons says, or the marginal utility, as we, the Austrian economist, says. All the utility above the margin, all that surplus utility is neglected and finds no place in value at all. So you can see here, he hasn't left the Karl Menger and even to some extent the English marginalist approach, because he's outlining very clearly, we don't really care about social aspect of value, whether something is fulfilled for the society or in general, or whether you feel fulfilled as a person by having eaten enough. Not just eaten enough, by having eaten something that you enjoy and that you feel happy psychologically. None of that matters. What matters is the marginal level, at which point you have had enough and then can exchange. At which point have you had your fill, and then the rest of activity can go on, economic activity. So he hasn't left that model, Friedrich Wieser, but he does have a little bit more of a considerate or sensitive approach to value. He doesn't just like what we've seen just before with Karl Menger, he doesn't just put it directly into individual decisions, individual subjective decisions. He says, for example, the agents of production, land, capital and labor, derive their value from the value of their products, ultimately, and therefore from the utility of those products. So you see that here there's been a switch of what had been happening before with David Ricardo, Simon D., some extent with Adam Smith and Karl Marx as well, which we'll see in a second, that basically it's actually the products that create value, and then they provide value to those who buy, but instead it's the opposite here. Again, it's very similar to Marshall with the price. It's actually people weigh up the value of the products and the utility that these things provide to them. They will give a price to that product. So it's coming from demand side, not the supply side. Okay. It's not the supply that creates the value, it's rather the demand that creates the value. As stock is valued by the expected dividend, so is the field by the expected crop. A simple idea, yet thereby hangs one of the greatest problems. Land, labor and capital yield a return only by their combined agency. Now, why is the clue to the distribution among the separate effective factors of this joint return? It is impossible, to put it briefly, to give a reply to this question as to which part of the child is derived from the father and which from the mother. What is required in economy is not physical division of the product among all its creative factors, but practical imputation of it. Imputation used in the sense of a magistrate speaking of a legal charge. Why is he bringing this up? Well, because you're coming from the point of view of demand, right? You're approaching this from the market and what is the price to be given for something. If you're coming from that side of things, that means that what Ricardo and Simon D. and arguably Smith and Marx, when they're coming from the production side, the supply side, what you're saying there is you're saying that actually, one of the problems is, how do we know what we should value? If you're saying, I'm going to value a car, how do you work out what is the price of the car? Do you kind of calculate every aspect? How much the wheels cost? How much the windscreen cost? What was the price of the glass that was used for the windscreen? The price of the transport for that glass? You see the problem there. If you're coming from the point of view of the exchange, of the market, and putting a price for something according to how you're subjectively valuing that thing, that car, there is an issue there, of course, in terms of valuation. And his answer to that is actually, it's just an imputation. You don't have to work out all the different physical divisions of the product, but instead it's talking about, what is the overall, what has led to that thing being created. So he says his answer to that is to talk about imputation. And by imputation he means, what do I, from my subjective mind process, as I see things in the world, how do I impute a price upon something? How do I give it a price according to my needs? Okay, and how scarce those things are, or rather than just how scarce, also how difficult it is to make that. So the difficulty of making a car comes together, the whole price, the effort that goes into that, the various different things that have to be brought together, raw materials, people, transport, that means that I impute to that thing a certain price that is, relatively quite a high price. And as those processes become easier and as cars become more available, then I impute a much lower price. I'm willing to pay a much lower price to that object, to that car. And of course, for those things which are freely available, okay, remember, air, water, those things that are just easily available for anyone, especially air, for example, is very easy to have. It appears around us. Therefore, I impute to that no price. It's worthless to me economically, because even though usefully, in terms of utility, it's extremely useful for me, because without air, I would not be speaking to you right now without air. But at the same time, it is worthless to me in terms of economics. Okay, I am dependent on air, but I don't find it difficult to procure it. It's freely available. And those things which I find difficult to procure, but I find myself dependent on them, such as a car, because it's useful for me and I want to be able to travel, then I impute to those things a price. As you can see, this is the subjective theory of valuation. And then he adds, well, what about all these theorists so he says, I impute utility only to those commodities which are not to be had in profusion and on which I feel myself dependent. But then he adds something else here where he's kind of referring to, say, Simon D, Ricardo, Smith, etc. He says, a great many theorists have concluded that actually value is not derived from utility, but is governed by another principle, the cost of production. But what is the cost and how is it measured? The readiest way of expressing in figures the expenditure of materials and labour required to produce any article is to give the supplies to be consumed, the number of working days, the number of tons of coal. Every item must be put down in terms of value. But how is that to be determined? And of course, this is the point. What he's saying is that anyone who produces a car itself is also imputing a price. I need to create a car, I need to have rubber for my tires, I'm willing to pay this much rubber, this much money for the rubber of my tires in order to make a car, that someone else is going to be willing to pay this much to buy the car finished, okay? And in that whole process, there's constantly imputing. So he's saying there is no difficulty with cost of production. We don't need to worry about labor theory of value or how much effort went into producing something. All we need to be worrying about is the theory of prices, of how the prices themselves have been imputed according to what is on offer in the marketplace. In this, of course, you can see that he agrees completely with Marshall, he agrees with Jevons. The difference between the Austrian and the English marginalists is simply about objectivity. In the English approach, it's objective, that the market has an equilibrium and it finds the prices for itself in a kind of equilibrium level. In the Austrian school, it's much less, it's more subjective. It can make irrational choices. The market is not, it's a human thing, it's a social thing, not a natural thing. So Wiese concludes that thought and he says, prices cannot be taken without qualification as the social expression of the valuation of commodities. They are the result of a conflict waged over those commodities, right? The supply and demand conflict in the free market, in which power besides needs and more than needs has decided the issue. Here he means purchasing power. Your position as you are with the wealth that you have in a certain period in, at any moment in society, with that purchasing power you are able to pay for more or less according to your ability to fight the conflict to get things that you would like. And therefore production follows prices. That which can be sold dear is produced more eagerly at greatest cost in larger quantities. Value in use is not only particular, but it's also subjective. Value in exchange is not only general, but it's also objective. So that takes us to the next part here, in which we see that there's a kind of institutional view to value, which sees value as very adaptive. And this fundamentally criticizes the classical economic model, which sees labor or as we saw with Thomas Hobbes, kind of gold and silver as being a fixed concept of value. And then also what emerged later on, especially with the modern school, the marginalist school, whether it was the English marginalist or the Austrian marginalist, of a kind of relational approach to value, right? And here instead it's much more institutional, that actually value is not simply determined by individuals as they wish, or by a market, or by a mechanism, but actually is constantly changing. The way that we understand value is basically an adaptation to different things in society. As societies change, as institutions are created, they imbue things with value. They teach people to value certain things and not others. And that whole process undermines, in the view of these thinkers, it undermines the approach of value simply as relation of prices, or a fixed approach like Ricardo, with labor. The first text here, Thorsten Veblen, and his article 1909, The Limitations of Marginal Utility. He says, the limitations of marginal utility economics are sharp and characteristic. It is from the first to the last a doctrine of value. In point of form and method, it is a theory of valuation. The whole system therefore lies within the theoretical field of distribution, and it has but a secondary bearing on any other economic phenomena than those of distribution. Within this limited range, marginal utility theory is of a wholly statical character. It offers no theory of a movement of any kind, being occupied with the adjustment of values to a given situation. In all this, the marginal utility school is substantially at one with the classical economics of the 19th century, that's David Ricardo, Adam Smith, etc. Both are teleological, and neither can consistently admit arguments from cause to effect. Neither can deal theoretically with phenomena of change, but at most only with rational adjustment to change that is supposed to have supervened. So again, you can see, if you can compare this with Visa, the last text, what Veblen is criticizing is that everything is based on a specific point in time in which certain value is assigned by a price to something, and everything is based on distribution rather than production, but there is no consideration of all the different things that can create changes in production. So for example, if everything is based on prices, why would anyone make any changes? This is the argument that he's making. Why would there be any changes in technology, in production, in efficiency, in any of those things? Now, the argument of the Austrians and of the marginal school themselves would be, well, the prices make the changes, because if you can produce the same thing cheaper or more efficiently, then you're creating more value. Okay, you're creating more relative value, because you're providing more of this stuff cheaper to more customers, because you're increasing the amount of demand. More people want to buy your things. You create a car that's cheaper but still just as good as the previous brand, then people are going to be willing to exchange the money that they have for your car rather than the other car, the previous brand. So that's the argument from the price point of view. But Veblen is saying, well, this is too simple, because it's all based on a purely pecuniary approach. It's simply based on the value of price of things. And you're forgetting that there is also all this psychological, sociological, holistic aspect to how people make their decisions, how they live lives, and especially institutional, how they actually are taught and see things is not simply a question of cost and price. Okay, this is the disagreement that Veblen is outlining, and fundamentally he's saying there's a problem with this, whether it is the marginalists or the labor and fixed theory of value of the 19th century, the classical economics. Regardless whether it's the modern or the classical school, both of them, Veblen is saying, they're teleological. They don't accept that things can change, the logics of how things are done, calculated, etc. they can change. Instead, it's always the same cost price, whether it is the cost price of labor or cost price from the point, whether it is from the cost of labor for the classical school or the price point, which is the modern school. And he says, it is characteristic of the school, the modern school, the marginalist school, that whatever an element of the cultural fabric, an institution or an institutional phenomenon is involved in the facts with which the theory is occupied, such institutional facts are taken for granted, denied, or explained away. If it is a question of price, there is offered an explanation of how exchanges may take place with such an effect as to leave money and price out of the account. If it is a question of credit, the effect of credit extension on business traffic is left to one side. and there is an explanation of how the borrowers and lenders cooperate to smooth out the respective income stream of consumable goods and sensations of consumption. So you can see what he's saying here is, you know, in reality, people often take too much credit, they cannot afford things, they become broke or bankrupt, and still they pay the price for something. You know, they still value something, even though they should not technically do it, right? It's not in their interest. Or in the case of, for example, leaving money and price out of the account, what he's saying is that actually the shifts in money and prices are not being considered. Instead, it's just, this is the amount that I'm willing to part ways for the amount of effort that has been done to create this product, whether it's a car or a seat on a plane ticket, on a plane trip. The point he's saying is, well, what about all the other things that are happening inside the economy and outside of economic calculus? So he adds, the central and well-defined tenet so held is that of the hedonistic calculus. Under the guidance of this tenet and of other psychological conceptions associated and consonant with it, human conduct is considered and interpreted as a rational response to the exigencies of the situation in which mankind is placed. As regards to the economic conduct, it is such a rational and unprejudiced response to the stimulus of anticipated pleasure and pain. Mankind is on the whole and normally conceived to be clear-sighted and far-sighted in its appreciation of future sensuous gains and losses. The distinctive character given to this system of theory by these postulates and by the point of view resulting from their acceptance may be summed up broadly and concisely in saying that the theory is confined to the ground of sufficient reason instead of proceeding on the ground of efficient cause. So again, if you're valuing everything from prices, everyone has to be... This is much more criticism of the English marginalists, because as I mentioned, the Austrian marginalists are actually much more considerate of, because they're looking at value being subjectively determined, they're much more careful with this idea of rationality. But especially the English marginalists, Jevons and especially Marshall, when they give this kind of idea of an objective valuation through prices, through the exchange, through the balance of supply and demand, through the markets, basically, they're saying that what Veblen is arguing is what they're saying, what their approach is too rationalistic. This is a very common criticism that has been made of this kind of market economics, which is it's all based on a free market and a rational market theory. And this is not how the world works, is what Veblen is saying. Money values have therefore no other significance than that of purchasing power over consumable goods, and money is simply an expedient of computation. Investment and credit extensions, loans of all kinds and degrees, with payments of interests and the rest, are likewise taken simply as intermediate steps between the pleasurable sensations. But such is not the run of the facts in modern business. Variations of capitalization, credit extensions tend to inflation of credit, rising prices, overstocking of markets, etc. Likewise, businessmen habitually aspire to accumulate wealth in excess of the limits of practicable consumption, and the wealth so accumulated is not intended to be converted by a final transaction of purchase into consumable goods or sensations of consumption. So what he's saying is, when you apply these concepts, especially the marginal approach, the idea of marginal utility, it just doesn't translate in the real world. People don't, in a kind of mechanical, very robotic and rationalistic way, think, oh, I've had enough of this. I've had, my house cellar has 200 bottles of wine, and I'm probably not going to drink most of them. So I could probably sell 10 bottles of wine and convert them to something else that gives me a different type of pleasure, and therefore the market will work like that. People work psychologically. People work through their ego, their self-image. There's a lot of things, and also socially, they work socially. And therefore, it's not good enough to just have this kind of rationalistic approach, especially with marginal utility, in which every time that you're calculating something, if it's worth, you're knocking off a certain degree of utility every time you get more of it. And that's the last example he gives there. Businessmen aspire for things. They run a business not because they're trying to get a marginal utility or a position in which they have purchasing power. They run it for various other reasons. They might have a psychological reason for running it. they might have had a difficult upbringing and they want to prove themselves, for example, and run a business. They might have had an excellent upbringing and they would have been pushed on the way towards building a business. They might have inherited the business, and this was just something in their family that they continue. There's 100 different things, there's endless different things that could have affected that. And indeed, once they've accumulated the wealth in their business, as he says at the end there, that doesn't necessarily mean that they will take any extra wealth that they've accumulated and convert it into consumable goods. That's a very important element here. And we're going to see later on with Keynes that this is important, that the way people save does not necessarily relate to the way that they have that people can save up what they've gained as an excess without reinvesting it. That doesn't come necessarily as a human factor. People can psychologically refuse to spend even though they have saved up a lot and gained a lot of wealth. So of course the Veblen approach and the approach around him, which was called the American Institutionalist School, led by John Bates Clark, the great American economist of the late 1800s and 1900s. That whole process also led to a whole range of different sub-schools that basically criticized these classical and especially the marginalist modern school of economics, and it led to eventually the formulation of the neoclassical on one level, and then all the various other heterodox, unorthodox schools within the kind of broad school of economic thought, especially of course the Keynesian school is the most prominent of those, and the Neo-Ricardian school, which was another one. That one was led by a guy called Piero Sraffa. Basically, and also a whole range of behavioral economics, focusing on these kind of psychological elements, and instead of seeing them as the exception to the rule, the psychological elements, which is how Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Jean-Baptiste, and the marginalists, all of the classical modernist school, all saw these behavioral aspects as exceptions. That when someone makes a mistake in the market, or acts like a stupid person, or makes buys something cheap for a high price, any kind of mistake that you might make is actually an exception. In the behavioral economics school, starting with some economists like George Katona, and in more recent times you have Robert Shiller talking about irrational exuberance in the stock markets, the Yale professor who predicted the 2008-2009 housing market crash. Then you have this approach, which is actually focusing much more on actually a widespread behavioral aspect. It's not an exception. It's part of human condition to be psychological social animals. So then we've got here another element here talking about social aspect, and this is Joseph Schumpeter, who comes out of this kind of Austrian school tradition to some extent, but really starts to see the problems with that, and especially the marginalist approach, and he ends up focusing much more on this institutional, long-term historical approach. And in this, he's very influenced by the German historical school of economics and sociology, which is primarily led by Max Weber. So Schumpeter, he outlines, he says, it is but recently that in pure theory the concept of social value came into prominence. Founders of what is usually called the modern systems of theory, that's to say Jevons, Walras and Marshall, are distinguished from the classical, that's Smith, Ricardo, Say and Marx. And they never spoke of social, but only of individual value. So the modern systems tended to ignore social aspects of value, right? As opposed to the classical, who focused much more on social aspect. Almost every modern writer starts with wants and their satisfaction and takes utility more or less exclusively as the basis of his analysis. You'll remember that from what we saw with Wieser, with the Austrian school, and from the English marginalist school. I wish to point out that as far as it is used, it unavoidably implies considering individuals as independent units or agencies. For individuals can feel wants. Marginal utilities are the basis and chief instruments of theoretical reasoning. and they seem so far to relate to individuals only. Marginal utilities do not depend on what society as such has, but on what the individual member has. Nobody values bread according to the quantity of which it is found in the country or in the world, but everyone measures the utility of it according to how much he has himself. And this in turn depends on his general needs. Our question is therefore whether social value can also be considered as an independent agency, which can be substituted at least partly for the idea of individual values. So he's raising the problem that he agrees with the marginal aspect when you're looking at individual decisions, individual commodities, individual objects. But as soon as you get out of the individual level into the social aspect, there are some problems. Here's what he's outlining. First, it only so long as an individual is isolated that the total as well as the marginal utilities of all commodities he may possess depend exclusively on him. All utilities are changed when he lives within a society because of the possibility of the barter which then arises. This possibility alters at once the individual's appreciation of his goods. It has an effect on their values similar to the discovery of new ways of using them. Our individual will now put a new value on his goods because of what he can get for them in the market, and this new value depends on how much other people want them. This fact may be said to show a direct social influence on each individual utility curve. So what he's saying there is that as soon as you have to go into an exchange with someone else, everyone else is trying to find their own marginal utility. You're finding your marginal utility, but everyone else in the market is trying to do the same with them. And unless you believe in this whole rational, efficient market hypothesis, then there's going to be a clash there. And why would you give up your thing if you're looking at someone else is looking to not give up their thing unless they find their right price, right? And this is a problem, is what he's saying. Secondly, there are other influences of a similar kind. Everyone living in a community will more or less look for guidance to what other people do. There will be a tendency to give his utility curves shapes similar to those of what others in the community have. Everyone's valuations will be influenced by the fact that he compares himself consciously or subconsciously to those of his neighbors. That one is pretty, obvious to understand. So overall he says, we must not overrate the importance of the marginal utilities theory. It is true that in a certain sense they determine prices, but they cannot be called the cause of prices. It would in some cases be just as true that prices determine the marginal utilities of productive agents because they decide how much of them will be offered for the production of each certain commodity. This is a very important point because he's saying, come back to the example of the car and the factory. If I want to buy the car and my price will determine how much valuation I'm putting on the car, right? Whether it's subjective or the free market hypothesis of Jevons and Marshall, or whether it is the Austrian subjective approach or the English objective free market, rational market approach. When I'm doing this, I'm naming my price for all the efforts that went into building the car. But the problem is that also the person who builds the car needs to make a decision as to whether he wants to build the car. Is it worth it? So when he goes out into the market, he's looking at the price of rubber for the tires, the price of glass to create the windows. In a way, what Schumpeter is saying is you're always already, as soon as you enter the market, you're always already in a social situation. There's no point at which you're on your own with your plan to build your car, you build your business, and then you start to ask others, this is how much I'm willing to pay for that. This is my price for that. The process is constantly social, and therefore prices in some cases, not always, but in many cases, prices can actually determine the marginal utility, right? That whether you're going to pay the price and try to build that thing or build the business you want to build or build the car or product you want to build is going to depend on the price and not on the utility that you want to use to build that thing. Getting the rubber for the tires is not simply that you find rubber useful. It's also going to determine on the price that you see. If the prices are too high for rubber, you're just not going to bother building the car. And by the way, the Austrians probably would reply there that what they would reply is that actually if the price is too high, then what you do is you look for other utilities. Instead of building a car with rubber, you'll try and develop some kind of new technology. This is one of the reasons Austrians see innovation as fundamental. But the problem with that is that you're always within the situation that is around you. You cannot just suddenly wish away rubber as a useful tool to build wheels. You cannot just it takes decades and it takes centuries to build new kind of technologies and new ways and to discover new ways that nature has use values, things that you can use like rubber to build a wheel. And therefore this is a very limited approach to say that you can just innovate and find a new use value to replace whatever use value is too expensive. In this case the rubber is too expensive, don't want to build a car, okay, then we just build something different or create a new mode of transportation. We find another type of utility and we use different use values to make that happen. That is one way to answer this problem, but it doesn't fully answer the problem, because in reality, although theoretically it works, in reality it's very difficult to create different modes of transportation. The car has taken us how many decades to produce? You know, the idea of electric cars have been around for decades. The idea of a flying car has been around for a century, and still we're nowhere near that. It takes a long time, and nature itself is a complex thing to understand. When we're dealing with business people and individual consumers and producers, they're not going to be researching the laws of nature and undertaking all this innovation constantly every day in order to to get around this problem of prices and not really the problem of prices, a social valuation, which is what Schumpeter is getting to. So we move on now to another institutionalist from the United States, Charles H. Cooley, writing in 1915, The Progress of Pecuniary Valuation. So Cooley says, "It seems clear to me at least that pecuniary valuation is merely one phase of the working of the public mind, in no way apart from other phases, and that the market, taken as a whole, constitutes a social institution in much the same sense as does the church or the state. And if so, there is no apparent reason why it should not be subject to improvement in a similar way. We all know that the processes of competition and exchange do not correspond to the economic ideal, that they are impaired by immobility, ignorance, monopoly, lack of intelligent organization, and other well-known defects. The pecuniary market, taken as a whole, with its elaborate system of money, credit, bargaining, accounting, forecasting of demand, etc., business administration, involving numerous functions, requires the existence of a technical class which stands in the same relation to the pecuniary institution as clergy, politicians, lawyers, doctors do to other institutions. That's to say, they have an intimate knowledge and control of the system which enables them to guide its working in partial independence of the rest of society. They do this partly to the end of public service and partly to their own private advantage." So of course what he's referring to is the class of bankers and national bankers and government officials and all this, who have more power in the market than others, right? This is, you can see where this angle of attack is, that the free market might be a great idea in theory, but in reality power balances. There is a power imbalance in society. Okay, and he adds another one. The commercially ascendant class, the rich people in any society, has not only the most tangible power, but the prestige and initiative which, for better or for worse, may even be more influential. It sets fashions which permeate society and control the market. In close connection with this factor of class, we also have the existence of certain legal institutions, for example the rights of inheritance, which enormously aid the concentration of pecuniary power and hence the control over pecuniary values within a comparatively small group. However defensible these rights may be, all things considered, it is the simple truth that the concentration and continuity they appear to involve seriously discredit in practice all theories of economic freedom, and make it necessary to look for pecuniary recognition of values largely to the good will of the class that has the most pecuniary power. So you can see that the angle of attack is very clear, that it's basically that the free market is a kind of fantasy, and that actually certain groups in society, whether that's a good thing or bad, there is no equal individual free person that comes into the market. Some people have inherited more money, some people are more powerful, they have more purchasing power, they're born with that purchasing power, or they have certain roles, certain privileges as a class of the bankers or government officials or whatever, where they gain more purchasing power and they can then start to define the market. And also this can be done not only on the demand side from the point of view of purchasing power, but also from the psychological and the trends, the fashions. They can also set fashions. They can, if you pursue this line of argument fully, you can also start to talk about propaganda and marketing and advertising and the power of institutions, not just as individuals, which is what he's talking about here, but of corporations, their ability to influence the free market. You'll see this kind of line of criticism very commonly with many of the new left, not the Marxist left, the kind of traditional old guard, but the new left, especially European and American new left. So you'll see this, for example, with actually Thomas Piketty, if you've heard of him, with the Capital in 21st Century. It's all about inheritance, corporations, purchasing power, creating a real inequality in the market. Okay, or in another case, Noam Chomsky, Naomi Klein, with her book No Logo, talking about the persuasive powers of corporations through the advertising. In the case of Chomsky, it's the book that he wrote on manufacturing consent. These really focused on this element of the greater weight of the corporations in focusing people's attentions, getting them to buy things that are not necessarily part of their rational or even their free individual subjective valuation. Okay, that actually it's just propaganda, that it's getting into people's brains what to buy, how much to buy, etc., etc. Let's move on to another institution. So what we'll see here is very interesting, is that many of these institutional approaches to economics came from people who were bureaucrats, government bureaucrats. In this case, A. Mitchell Innes, he's a bureaucrat in the English Foreign Office. And we'll see that with John Maynard Keynes, his father was himself also a bureaucrat, and John Maynard Keynes himself also was a bureaucrat in India. And Gustav Cassel, the next one we'll look at, he's also a Swedish bureaucrat as well as a thinker. So what we see is actually a much more bureaucratic view. So it's very interesting, because here we're seeing the flip from the classical school with Adam Smith focusing on really individual liberties, individuals pursuing, entrepreneurs pursuing their ideas. And we will come back to Smith and actually look at his text in detail. But then from him, his two lines of thinking, the labor-focused one, which was Ricardo and Simondi, so the socialists and the Ricardian, and the exchange-focused one, which was the Jean-Baptiste, John Stuart Mill, and then later on the marginalist, English marginalist and the Austrian marginalist. What's interesting in that whole lineage is that the focus was always on liberty, individual decisions, regardless of even social aspects. Even among the socialists, remember that Simondi was talking about how individuals relate to the social. By the time we've come towards this much more developed state-led institutionalist approach by the 1900s, where the economic system by that time had become very complex. And there were all these kind of exchanges and monetary systems and derivatives, and all these things were being created. Stock exchanges around the world were already functioning. So we see that actually the individual starts to disappear. And this is very much in keeping with that process of the Enlightenment into the post-Enlightenment, from individualism and rationality into the social during the 1900s, and from the social into the more chaotic, the much more dynamic, chaotic, the systemic approach, which is what we see in the 20th century, 1900s, and going on into our period. So with A. Mitchell Innes, who's a Foreign Office diplomat in England, he wrote a small treatise, What is Money, 1913. Most of it is focusing on money, but it's very interesting because the individual's liberty and choices and rational aspects disappear. The market is no longer about something that has to do with individuals coming to the market, exchanging. Rather, the market is just the flow, the systemic flow of production, consumption. And we're seeing, of course, what I'm describing is the beginnings of what will lead to Keynesian approaches later on in the 20th century. So Innes says, Adam Smith's position depends on the truth of the proposition that if a baker or the brewer wants meat from the butcher, but has nothing to offer in exchange, no exchange can be made between them. If this was true, again, here we see a very important total misreading of Adam Smith, but anyway, we'll follow his line of thinking. If this were true, the doctrine of a medium of exchange would perhaps be correct. But is it actually true? What we have to prove is not a strange general agreement to accept gold and silver as a medium of exchange, but actually a general sense of the sanctity of an obligation. In other words, the present theory is based on the antiquity of the law of debt. He means, when he says present theory, he's talking about what he's proposing, the idea of systemic approach, governmental approach, if you want to take it that way. Legal approach is another word for it. It is here necessary to explain the primitive and the only true commercial or economic meaning of the word credit. It is simply the correlative of debt. What A owes to person B is A's debt to person B and B's credit on persons A. The words credit and debt express a legal relationship between the two parties, and they express the same legal relationship when they are seen from either side. Credit is the purchasing power so often mentioned in economics works as being one of the principal attributes of money, right? Purchasing power is not the strength of your labor force under your control or your own labor, etc. It is not the subjective valuation, or whatever wealth you have accumulated from your own efforts or from those of your antecedents, the people, your parents, grandparents, etc., that you then subjectively use to evaluate the goods on offer in the market. Instead, purchasing power is all about the credit that's on offer by one person in exchange for a debt from another person. Okay, and what he's saying here is, as I shall try to show, credit and credit alone is money. Credit, so you can see here, of course, total flip of what we used to see with Thomas Hobbes at the beginning of the session here. Credit and not gold or silver is the one property which all men seek, the acquisition of which is the aim and object of all commerce. The value of a credit depends not on the existence of any gold or silver or other property behind it, but solely on the solvency of the debtor, and that depends solely on whether, when the debt comes due, he in his turn has sufficient credits on others to set off against his debts. So you can see here why it's systemic is because it's saying that the flow of money, the flow of exchange of goods, production, consumption, all of it is simply based on social, legal relationships that are obviously, regulated and organized, and in the case of central banking, controlled by the state interventions to enable that flow to continue, right? You see that, of course, this is a very different approach to the individualistic approaches that we saw at the beginning. And this is continued. So here we have Gustav Cassel, who's a leader of the Stockholm school, which is very, very close to the Keynesian school and an important influence on Keynes. This is his text, The Rate of Interest, the Bank Rate and the Stabilization of Prices, 1928. As you can see, these were all children of Marshall, but from another approach. Whereas the free market focused thinkers like Irving Fisher in America and Milton Friedman in the United States, whereas they focused more on the free market approach that was emphasized by Marshall, the governmental, the legalistic approach of Cassel, the Stockholm School, and later on Keynes, they were influenced by the price theory of Marshall, that if there's no value, if there's only prices, then therefore the only question is how do you get everything flowing? How do you make sure that credit and debt always constantly are flowing around in order to make sure that the price aspect is stable, and therefore you stabilize an economy and maintain a constant flow of consumption, production, consumption, production, consumption, production, and in that process, what you're doing is you're creating value just from the sake of consumption and production. There's no need for anyone to make individual choices as to what is valuable or making any judgments as to what they want, but rather that they undertake the process of paying for something, getting it, selling it. It's a kind of a very governmental, legalistic, systemic approach to things. And that's what Cassel and what you see with the Stockholm School as well are suggesting. That he's saying Economic theory is in its essence a theory of price. Its main function is to explain the whole process by which prices are fixed at their actual heights. It is therefore natural that the theory should from the very outset be based on the conception of price. It is no longer necessary, as the old economists used to do, first to develop a special theory of value. We need not trouble our students with those numberless definitions of value that generally lie in the stumbling blocks in the way of our youth that are eager to penetrate the actual central problems of economic life. And he goes on to say, the rate of interest is a matter of relative price, namely the price for the right of disposal of a certain amount of capital for a certain time. The definition is formed directly on the model of the businessman's habit of looking upon these matters. We pay so many dollars for the right to dispose of $100 for a year. The sum paid for this right is precisely the rate of interest. No part of economic theory has suffered more than the theory of interest from the idea that it should be obligatory first to explain the whole economic system in an imagined moneyless society before daring to approach our actual economic life, so essentially based upon the conception of money. Okay, he's upset with thinkers like Smith, Ricardo, and even the ones we saw later on, the modernist school, which Marshall, Jevons, and Walras. And he doesn't like this whole thing about let's try to understand the motivations of the businessman, all these different factors, whether it is labor aspect, whether it is market aspect, whether it is subjective evaluation, whether it is even behavioral aspect like psychology. He's saying forget about all that. The only thing that really gets people to invest as a business person is whether the rate of interest is put at the right price point. Okay, you can see there, of course, the market there has kind of disappeared. The question is just of a system that needs to be managed, right? It's kind of like a fishbowl, and you're just measuring the amount of the temperature of the fishbowl so that you can make sure that the goldfish are swimming and more or less enjoying that time in the fishbowl. And then we get to the kind of the classic example of this, John Maynard Keynes' General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, 1936. So he explains, I've called this book The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money by placing the emphasis on the prefix general. The object of such a title is to contrast the character of my arguments and conclusions from those of the classical theory of the subject upon which I was brought up and which dominates the economic thoughts today. I shall argue that postulates of this classical theory are applicable to a special case only and not to the general case, the situation which it assumes being a limiting point of possible positions of the equilibrium. Moreover, the characteristics of the special case assumed by classical theory happen not to be those of the economic society in which we actually live. So he's here repeating what we just saw of Cassel, which is, let's not bother with all these things about, labor theory and, subjective valuation and all this stuff. None of this stuff, even though they may be theoretically interesting, they're not applied in the real life. What he's saying is, in real life, people are not making their purchasing and selling decisions. They're producing and consuming decisions on the basis of this kind of labor theory value or subjective valuation of things. All of these kind of theories are useful in a kind of purely theoretical philosophical approach, but they're not actually applicable in real life. Okay, this is what Keynes is trying to say here. He says he says the result of applying them, of using these theories in real life, is actually that it's misleading and can be disastrous if we apply them to the facts of experience. Most treatises on the theory of value and production are primarily concerned with the distribution of a given volume of employed resources between different uses and with the conditions which, assuming employment of this quantity of resources, determine their relative rewards and relative values of their products. What he's saying is, these theories, whether it's Ricardo and Simondi with the labor theory, or if it's Jean-Baptiste and Mill and the marginalists, regardless of these, they're really focusing on this kind of fantasy world in which production, consumption, all of these things are being done on a kind of total level, total scale, in an ideal system. Again, it's dealing with a theory, not what really happens. And of course, when Keynes is writing this is in the middle of the Great Depression. So he actually goes on in the book to say, well, when we're talking about all this stuff about resources and using employed resources to create something, or the labor that's being used, you're forgetting that a lot of labor is not used. A lot of labor is, left aside and ignored. The reality is that there's a lot of disutility as much as there is utility in the world. A lot of things are done either by mistake, or because they're not worth it, or because people don't have the energy for it, or there's various psychological elements. There's a lot of things that are there that are just left without being used, being usefully organized by a free market system. Okay? So he says, the question also of the volume of the available resources in the sense of the size of the employable population, the extent of natural wealth, and the accumulated capital equipment has always been treated descriptively, as though it was there present at hand, as though, all of the wealth of the nation was already available for anyone to just exploit. Just let the free market, or let the labor, the efforts of the labor, exploit it. Okay, and what he's saying is the reality is not that this does not work like this. That actually it is much more complex reality in which things can be disused, not used at all, or only inefficiently used, right? And there is a lot of resources that are not used, not known. And so you can see that if you take this attitude that Keynes is taking, the free market is not sufficient, because the free market can only provide the basis of, the theoretical basis of how things are working. But in reality, there also has to be some systemic and some guiding hand, guiding forces that, in other words, the governmental forces, that actually guide the market towards its most efficiency, to reduce unemployment, to reduce disutility, reduce the waste, this is the idea that's coming from this concept. As you can see, in terms of what we're looking at, the important thing here is, where does this thinking come from? It comes from not understanding value, seeing value as not a question of economics, but rather the question of economics is organizing prices, organizing consumption, demand, interest rates. It's more of a kind of a accounting approach to economics. It's not a philosophical approach to economics. So he says here, speaking of this, he says, income is created by the value in excess of user cost which the producer obtains for the output he sold. Okay? The extra that you have created out of whatever inputs that have gone into creating the car, whatever extra output that you can sell for, okay, your income is coming from that. Your income stream is coming from what you can sell minus how much it cost you, the price cost level of it. And here, of course, he's being very neutral. On one hand, he's obviously Ricardo is recognizing the labor aspect, because that's part of the income, but he's also recognizing that price determines how much it's going to sell for. So he's taken a little bit of both. He's taken the Marshall approach and he's taken the Ricardo approach. But then he said the whole of this output must obviously have been sold either to a consumer or another entrepreneur. And each entrepreneur's current investment is equal to the excess of the equipment which he has purchased from other entrepreneurs over his own user cost. Hence, in the aggregate of the excess of income over consumption, which we call saving, cannot differ from the addition to capital equipment, which we call investment. Okay, so you see here the circular idea of Keynes. Keynes's idea is that if we're going to have a practical understanding of how the economy works, we're not going to base it on a theoretical concept of the market or valuation or a price point or labor being part of the productive, the value of the productive factors. Instead, it's all about, again, how the systemic circulation happens and how everything is interrelated in this systemic way, right? And of course, as I was mentioning, the consequence of this is that the individual liberty, the individual decisions become much less important, and they end up, as you will see, becoming confined to a small corner of the economy, which has to do with decisions to consume or not to consume, to consume and invest or not to consume and invest. and the reason why Keynes is able to get to that point is because for him, every act of consumption is also an act of saving for someone else. And every act of saving is ultimately, even if one person saves, all it does is it reduces your comparative power, purchasing power, being spent, or productive power in the case of an entrepreneur, being spent on the process of consuming and producing. Okay? It can be a bit complicated if you don't think of it as just one circle. You have to think of it as just one circle of consumption, production. That's what he's saying here. He says saving, in fact, is a mere residual. The decision to consume and the decision to invest between them determine incomes. Okay? Saving is a kind of side thought, an afterthought. And for anyone who's involved in the market economy, the main question is whether they consume and invest. This is where he's saying, no, it's not simply the price equilibrium that determines everything. Because he's aware of the institutionalist arguments, what we saw with Thorsten Veblen. He's aware of the problem of the social element and the psychological element, the animal spirit. And because of this, there has to be in the system a certain level of organization, systemic controls, etc. And by the idea that Keynes is suggesting is by being practical, by realizing that theory does not exist in reality, that people do not make rational decisions in the market, that the equilibrium is reached but also needs a little bit of a nudge and a push here and there in order to maintain itself, especially when it comes to increasing employment, reducing disutility. Remember what he mentioned at the beginning, talking about how these theories, the classical theory, the modern theory, the marginalists, they're all talking about kind of a fairyland where everyone is employed, everyone's kind of in a certain position, everyone is willing to invest. And what Keynes was trying to say is, no, the real world is much more tricky. So yes, we can have this price equilibrium in the market, but any other issues like psychological problems, people being afraid of investing, people not meeting each other in the marketplace by shaking hands, willing to part ways with their money or to part ways with the good that they're selling. All of those things, in other words, the valuation of things has to also be done not simply from a free market, liberty-based view, but also valuation has to be done from a point of view of some level of control, some level of systemic shape given to a market. And of course that comes from the government, that's from the legal system and the government. We're going now towards the last two sections. First, this penultimate section here, the metaphysical approach. This is perhaps one of the more difficult questions here. And here, this is value seen as transformative. Now, Adam Smith, you might have argued that he should have come way before, in section 2 probably, the labor theory approach that we saw with Ricardo and Simondi. But the reason why Adam Smith is here with his Wealth of Nations, written in 1776, is because Smith is not really arguing that labor is the underlying value, the only underlying thing that gives value to objects. What Smith is saying is actually that labor is the vehicle that transforms objects, that creates value from objects, that creates value in an economy. And in other words, for Smith, the main question was really about organizing labor, organizing individuals in such a way that you free up the power of individual labor. And of course here, when he's talking about labor, just like Ricardo, just like all other thinkers, he's not just talking about what we have as a sense of labor today, which is working class, people working in the mines. He's also including the labor of the entrepreneur, the labor of the scientist, discoveries, the questions about even art is considered as labor. Labor is a generic term. You can replace it with human effort if you want to make it clearer for you. So Smith says in The Wealth of Nations, the word value has two meanings. The value of X may be X's utility, its value in use, or the power of purchasing other goods that you get from owning X, its value in exchange. The thing with greatest value in use often have little or no value in exchange, and those with greatest value in exchange often have little value in use. Therefore, there's nothing more useful than water because it allows you to survive, but there's also almost nothing you can buy for it. Whereas a diamond has almost no valued use, but a large quantity of other goods may often be exchanged for it. Okay, that's we've seen this frequently with the previous text basic distinction there. Every man is rich or poor according to how much he can afford to enjoy the necessities, conveniences, and pastimes of human life. But once the division of labour has thoroughly taken place, a man can't supply himself with many of these through his own labour. Most of them must come to him from the labour of other people, and he must be rich or poor according to how much of that labour he can command or afford to purchase. Thus, for someone who owns something and intends not to use or consume it himself, but to exchange it for other commodities, its value is equal to the amount of labour it enables him to purchase or command. So labour is the real measure of the exchangeable value of all commodities. The real price of everything, what everything really costs to the man who wants to acquire it, is the toil and trouble of acquiring it. Notice that he's not saying so labour is the real value of all, underlying all commodities. He's saying the real measure of exchangeable value. So he says the labour was the first price, and the original purchase money that was paid for all things. The wealth of the world was originally purchased not by gold or silver, but by labour. Its value to those who possess it and who want to exchange it for something else is precisely equal to the quantity of labour it can enable them to purchase or command. But though labour is the real measure of the exchangeable value of all commodities, it's not the basis on which their value is commonly estimated. It is often hard to settle which is the greater of two quantities of labour, because they are qualitatively different, right? One type of labour is different in another. Okay, so he says it isn't always a mere matter of which took longer, how much work went into it. The different degrees of hardship endured and of ingenuity exercised must also be taken into account. So it is much more natural to estimate its exchangeable value by a quantity of some other commodity than by the commodity of labour. But when barter ceases and money becomes a common instrument of commerce, every particular commodity is more often exchanged for money than any other commodity. This is just his way to reply to those thinkers that we saw like Hobbes and even John Locke, who focused on the idea that money is a measure of what each commodity is worth, including gold and silver, as well as just paper money, fiat money, etc. What Smith is saying is, no, actually, fiat money is just a placeholder. Gold is a placeholder for the real thing that you're buying and selling, which is the effort that it took to create those things, human effort of all different kinds, that it took to create those things that you're buying and selling. So he goes on to talk about how actually every other commodity is always varying in a value, okay, and corn, gold, silver, all these different commodities vary in value. This is one of the things that actually tricked Ricardo. If you remember, I mentioned before, Ricardo thought that Smith was saying actually labour is the only thing that doesn't change in value. And what he's actually saying in that passage is really that labour changes less in value than any other, and therefore it's more useful to kind of measure the amount of value that different things are worth by their purchasing power, by the purchasing power that labour provides for each person and for each how much labour has been how much labour has been expended for each commodity to be created, including, by the way, the labourer himself, right? Adam Smith is clear that labour itself, it's not like Ricardo. This is a big difference. Ricardo thought that it's labour that goes into the work of the commodity that makes the commodity worth more or less. But remember, Smith is very clear on this. He's saying it's just a tape measure. Labour itself, the work you do, the amount of work you do, how efficient it is, etc., that also puts you against the commodities. And if you're working for someone else, the amount of work you do for that person in creating whatever commodities or things that he's creating, in that process you are weighing yourself up against the commodities. Okay, and this will make much more sense when we look at the next thinker who basically Karl Marx, who basically clarified this approach of Smith, because Smith himself became a little bit confused when he was doing this. So we move now to perhaps the most direct inheritor of Smith's model, Karl Marx, in his Capital, 1867. And it's worth just reading through this, but the main point is that he's refining the Smith model, and what he's doing is he's trying to say, again, he's agreeing with Smith that it's the supply and it's the labor effort that has gone into something that gives a commodity, an object in the world, that is an economic object in the world, the way that gains a certain worth, a certain value, and the way that its value is even being... Marx goes one step further, because he sees the problem for Smith of having to constantly dig up what has given this or that value to this or that commodity. Instead, Marx sees it as a relationship, a relational approach to value. So in that sense, again, Marx is not saying that labor in itself is, because labor has been put into something, or this much labor has been put into the land, and this much labor was then put into transport, and this much labor was put into manufacturing, and then therefore the final product is worth this much. It's not that ridiculously simple model, it's just it is actually inexplicable how many generations of Soviet and Western Marxist thinkers have taken the labor theory value as this kind of ridiculously basic concept, and of course it leads to total disaster, of course. And you can make your own mind about whether Marx was even right, whether you agree with the supply side, demand side, whatever. But certainly you should not, one of the important things is you should take his ideas on their face value and not ridiculously reduce them to such a labor theory value three word formula. So what you will see, I hope, when you see this, is that actually Marx has a very lively understanding. Labor is important because labor is what transforms things. And that transformation is very important. That's why it's the transformational section here. But that transformation happens because labor is the thing that underlies all the things that give value to anything. And also because of that, it's also the thing that underlines any way to compare value for any. So Marx is standing on both sides, because on one hand he's saying anything that needs to be created needs labor and effort at some point. So there you can see that he's directly being influenced by Simon D, the first of those post-Smith socialist thinkers, right? But he's also saying, he's not disagreeing with Say, he's also saying that in the end these commodities have to be related to each other, they have to have a relational value. But what he says is actually the relational value in secret, when you dig down, is actually it's all about labor. The labor that's embodied in is embodied within them. But bear in mind, it's very important, the labor that's embodied in the commodity is not what gives it a final value. It's not what adds value to the commodity, the final product. It's not what drives the transformation of the economy. Okay? It's just a measure, just like Smith. He's saying it's just a way of measuring. He just makes it clearer than Smith. You'll see what I'm talking about, but he makes it much clearer than Smith. He understands what Smith is getting at, but because he's using his power of logical exposition, he outlines what Smith is meaning clearer than how Smith has said it. Having said that, of course, there are a lot of problems and assumptions with Marx, and we'll see that as well. So he says a commodity is, in the first place, an object outside of us, a thing that by its properties satisfies humans' wants of one sort or the other. The nature of such wants, whether for instance they spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference to us. Every useful thing, as iron and paper, may be looked at from 2 points of view of quality and quantity. It is an assemblage of many properties and may therefore be of use in various ways. To discover the various uses of things is the work of history. Okay? What he means in that sentence is the way that we find new technologies, new ways to use things. We make iron swords and then we make steel swords or whatever. That whole process is a work of history. He's not interested in that. Human beings will, through the historical process, find those things happen. Make those things happen. And then he says the utility of a thing is what makes it a use value. But this utility is not a thing of air. It is limited to the physical properties of a commodity. It has no existence apart from that commodity. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor that is required to give it useful qualities. Use values become a reality only by use or consumption. They also constitute the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. In the form of a society we're about to consider, he means here capitalist society. Here we have an important problem here with Marx, that he likes to make these kind of historical periods and epochs. So he's saying, this is the capitalist society, and therefore this is how it works. That can be debated, this is something you can look into. But anyway, he says in this form of society, a capitalist society, there are also the material depositories of exchange value. Okay, so the use value is really only worth anything once they're consumed, and they are the substance of all wealth. Everything is based on the utility, the use value of something. But at the same time, you cannot change the amount of use value that a commodity has. This is also a very controversial statement there. The property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. That's a controversial thing. Think about this. Is it really that nature furnishes us with certain things that we can use in the world? And there's nothing you can do about that. No matter how much labor or different technologies you apply to it, it doesn't change the useful qualities. That ultimately the use value of something is set, and that anything else that we do to it as human beings is based on exchange value, which is what he's arguing here. That actually labor is focused on changing exchange value, not changing the natural use value of something. So he says exchange value at first sight presents itself as a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use are of one sort are exchanged for those in use in another sort. A relational thing. So this is the say approach, right? This is the free market approach that's constantly changing in time and place. So then he says, let us take two commodities, for example, corn and iron. The proportions in which they are exchangeable, whatever these proportions may be, can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to the given quantity of iron. And what does this equation tell us? It tells us two things that are different, and therefore there must be an equal third, which is itself neither the one nor the other. And this common something cannot be either a geometrical or a chemical or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only insofar as they affect the utility of those commodities and make them use values. Okay? What he's saying is, again, it's that controversial thing at the beginning where he said, well, use values, you cannot make any change to that. Okay? Those things in nature that have endowed things in front of us that we use as commodities, those things are unaffected by our efforts, and those natural properties, etc., they're different. Different commodities have different natural properties. If they're made of iron, they have certain properties. If they're made of corn, they have certain other properties that, for example, they can be used to feed ourselves, etc. And those things make them use values, but they cannot make them exchange values. You cannot, like for like, have two different things, corn and iron, and meet them halfway. Okay, so he says, but the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by total abstraction from the use value. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. So you can see here how he's aligned the use value aspect as being something that a commodity, an object in the world, is endowed with in nature. Iron is hard, it's tough, it has certain properties. Corn is nutritious, helps you to survive, has certain properties. But when you're meeting in the marketplace and you're bringing these two things, they don't see each other. They're wearing two different masks. Okay, in the market of the commodities, these two commodities meet each other and they see each other, but they have two different masks. They cannot speak the same language. What is the common language? Well, they both look at each other and they say, I have been created by a human being and brought to this market. And the other one says, I have been created by a human being and brought to this market. And therefore, it's the labor. This is the theory that Marx is bringing out. The labor that's been embodied into each of these is what allows them to meet in exchange. Okay? So that's what he says. They have only one common property left, that of being products of labour. And that's the end. That's the labour theory of value. Or not quite. Okay, so that's the crude labour theory of value, right? That labour is embodied, you know what we saw a little bit with Ricardo, that is, you know, labour is embodied in the commodity. The more labour you put in, the more it's worth. Perfect. But no, of course, Marx is much more sensitive thinker. He's much closer disciple of Adam Smith. So he's not talking about addition of labour adds value, okay? He's talking about transformational aspect of labour, and he's not just talking about adding value. He's talking about allowing value, allowing the ability to exchange and to recognize one another. So he's taking both the relational approach of Say and the market approach, and he's taking the labor-focused approach of Smith, and he's saying it's a little bit of both, okay? And that's what he's saying. But everything is all tied together by the amount of effort that has gone into this process. So he says, but even the product of the labor itself has undergone a change in our hands, transformation. If we make abstraction from its use value, we make abstraction at the same time from the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. We see in it no longer a table, a house, a yarn, or any other useful thing. Its existence as a material thing is put out of sight. So this is, remember, we're in the commodities market. They're facing each other, these two commodities, corn and iron. And they're seeing each other, but all the use value stuff, the hardness and the toughness of iron and the nutritiousness of corn, that's disappeared. It's out of the picture. All they're seeing between themselves is that they are the product of human labor. So that's why he's saying it. Neither can it any longer be regarded as the product of labor of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, or any other definite kind of productive labor. So in the meeting in the market, the iron can't say, I'm the guy, I was created by the iron worker. I was created by the blacksmith. And the corn can't say, I was created by the peasant and the farmer and the landlord who owns the farm. Because not only are they wearing masks, they're not speaking the same language. The type of work, of effort that's gone into creating each of these commodities is different. Not only are they different looking, they have, as he says here, they have, what does he say? You know, different geometrical shapes and different, you know, they just are different in their nature. But also the language they're speaking is different because they've been created by different types of labor, right? Concrete labor is the term that Marx is using here. Concrete meaning practical. That one commodity was created by a blacksmith, which had its own set of processes, different types of things that you have to do to create iron. And another one was created by a peasant and a farmer and a landlord, and this has its own set of processes. And all of them were helped by nature, by the way. Nature is present at the background of all this. But for Marx, the thing that actually allows them to all exchange is the abstract labor. The fact that they've been touched by human hands or by human genius, you know, human ideas, human technology, etc. That's what defines the way that they can meet together. So as you can see, it's not just that labor allows the extraction of value, which he will get to eventually, but it's also that it allows even exchange. That even the recognition of value, the ability to speak the same language, depends on abstract labor. That's what he's going to say here. Along with useful qualities of the product itself, themselves, we put out of sight both the useful character of the various kinds of labor embodied in them and the concrete forms of that labor. There is nothing left but what is common to them all. All are reduced to one and the same sort of labor power in the abstract, human labor power in the abstract. Let us now consider the residue of each of these products. It consists of the same unsubstantial reality in each, a mere congelation of homogeneous human labor, of labor power expended without regard to the type of expenditure. So it doesn't matter if you're a blacksmith or a corn grower, it doesn't matter. The point is you made an effort, and the effort, everyone can, that's the language everyone speaks, the language of human society making an effort to get somewhere, to do something. This social substance common to them all, they are values, okay? Marx uses very confusing things. What he means by here values, he's separating that from use value. Okay, but he's not separating that from exchange value. You're going to see that value in this sense is labor power in the abstract that has been put in, but exchange value depends on that. Because remember, the way that these commodities can speak in the exchange, in the market, is by recognizing they got labor power in the abstract. So when he says values, think of it also as exchange value. It's a synonym. He's using it in an interchangeable term. So he says, we have seen when commodities exchange, their exchange value for one another manifests itself as something totally different than their use value. We've already seen that, because their use value is different. The iron, its properties are different from the corn. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their generic human value as defined above. Therefore, the common substance that manifests itself in the exchange value of commodities whenever they are exchanged is their value. A use value or useful article, therefore, has value only because human labor in the abstract has been embodied or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? Plainly by the quantity of value creating substance, the labor contained in the article. The quantity of labor, however, is measured by its duration and labor time, in its turn finds its standard in weeks, days and hours. Were these two objects not qualitatively different, not produced respectively by labor of different quality, they could not stand to each other in the relation of commodities. Coats are not exchanged for coats. One use value is not exchanged for the same of the same kind. So this is also an issue here. If you think, just use your common sense of today's exchanges, it's very common to find that similar items or almost the same items being exchanged one against the other. So he adds, the bodies of commodities are combinations of two elements, the matter and the labor, matter from nature and the labor of humans. If we take away the useful labor that's been expended on them, useful because it's actually creates something useful, right? Marx is saying that you can make things that are not useful, or you can make things that are only useful for yourself. But remember that we're talking about what he calls values, which actually just means things that you can exchange, something that you're going to throw into this market of commodities, right? So you can make useful things, but as long as you're just using it for yourself, then it's not going to count as a commodity. And the same way, if you just spend a lot of time doing useless stuff, I'm spending some time making these videos, and if they turn out to be not useful for anyone, then they will not be rewarded in the market. And that's the whole point of what he's saying there. And what he really wants to say there is that there's a material substratum. There's always something underneath that is provided by nature without the help of man. Iron is hard and it's tough because of its natural components. Okay? The latter can only work as nature does, that is, by changing the form of the matter. Okay? Just as nature can have a volcano that can melt down metals and then get them out of the volcano in the form of magma, a human blacksmith can melt down iron and turn it into something else, a composite metal. Okay, and that's what he's saying there. And in fact, he says, nay more, in this work of the changing of the form, he's constantly helped by natural forces themselves. So the blacksmith is not working without the rules of nature. He's working within the rules of gravity. He's using thermodynamics. He's using heat to reach that level of boiling point for the iron to turn it into whatever he's turning it into. We are always constricted within natural forces. And that's why he says, we see then that labor is not the only source of material wealth, of use values produced by labor. As William Petty puts it, labor is its father and the earth is its mother. So I think, just to clarify, utility is something that's natural, and use values can also be co-produced by labor, because the human effort. I recommend just switching the word labor for human effort or because it has such a political connotation now. Labor, people hear that and they think it's communist, etc. Forget that. In order to get rid of the political aspect and just to see the text as it is, the analysis that he's trying to put together, regardless of the ideology and the problems of the ideology, etc., consider it as human effort. So So as William Petty is referring to the old English economist, he says, as William Petty puts it, labour is the father, earth is the mother. Fine. So he recognizes the role of the earth. But then he says, so far as they are values, the coat and the linen are things of a like substance, objective expressions of essential identical labour. Okay? The value itself, the ability to be recognized in the exchange, in the market, is done because abstract human labour. So somewhere, somehow, people have worked to create these things, coat and linen. Using, of course, as he's just said, using the nature, using the properties of a linen, using the properties of a thing that allowed them to create a cutting machine to make the coat. Always within the constrictions of nature, always within the constrictions of the average labor, how much it's worth, how much time it takes to create things, etc. But ultimately, someone somewhere had to work on creating these things. And when they meet in the marketplace, these two commodities, coat and linen, they recognize that fact. This is the third element that allows them to exchange. This is the thing that translates the language they're speaking and gets rid of the masks that is blocking them from seeing each other. Because you remember, the mask is the different form that they have. A coat and linen are two completely different things qualitatively. And he adds tailoring and weaving. So here he's not just talking about the commodity itself. Even the type of labor that made them, the tailoring that made the coat and the weaving that made the linen, are qualitatively different types of labor. And yet tailoring and weaving, although they're qualitatively different, two different types of activities, they are ultimately each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves and muscles, and therefore they're still abstract human labor power. So he goes on, while therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively. With reference to value, it counts only quantitatively and must first be reduced to human labor, pure and simple. So that's the distinction he's making here. When you've got a commodity, an object in the world, nature has created certain qualities of that object. Those qualities are useful, okay? So that's their utility. The use value is that they've been applied by humans. They've been, through human thinking, labor, etc., they have been applied for a specific concrete task. For example, the coat is warm. It has these qualities of being something that keeps you warm. It has been created as a use value, coat, as a concrete specific thing. And to make that coat, there was a concrete specific type of work, tailoring, okay? And of course, don't forget that in making the coat, there was also a need for linen. You know, the coat needed different types of commodities to be brought first into the factory and then woven into the coat, okay? Into making it as a coat. The use value aspect, this is the labor that's concrete, and the longer it takes to go onto it, the more work it takes into it, the more difficult, you know, the more hard work and value it has in a concrete sense, because more work has gone into it, more labor has gone into it. If Marx just said that, it would be a labor theory of value, right? It would be what, more or less, what Ricardo was saying. But Marx is very smart, because he's saying, no, this is not sufficient. He's saying that there's another side to that equation, which is, what is it that allows such work to be exchanged with other things that have different type of work and different properties? The coat is totally different to a piece of iron or an apple, and the work that went concretely into making the piece of iron or the apple is completely different to the kind of work that went into making the coat. We already know this problem, because you remember that Adam Smith noted this problem, and Ricardo and all those who had misread and didn't understand Smith, they had not understood this problem of how do you get these commodities, these objects, to meet and face each other in the market and exchange. And for better or for worse, and there are of course a lot of problems with this, but it's important to at least understand it, Marx's solution to this problem is to look at exchange as a separate aspect of labor. Not the labor that is concrete, the specific thing that made the coat, the specific thing, the growing, the farming, the attention to diseases, you know, stopping diseases coming onto the plant in terms of the apple, you know, all those different processes. But instead, the abstract labor, the abstraction of the labor in general, i.e. the human effort in general in all its various forms that went into making that, that's what these commodities, when they get in the ring and they're having a fight, trying to work out what's worth more relative to each other, they're working out what is the abstract labor of each worth to each other. And therefore, as you can see, it has nothing to do with labor being the underlying unit, like you add more labor, it becomes worth more. It's the opposite, that the utility and the use value of it can be changed through labor, but the abstract element, the amount of abstract labor, of effort, let's call it effort instead of labor, right? The abstract effort that's gone into it is not affected by the concrete element. It's affected by how much work has gone into it compared to other work in the general sense. Okay, as you can imagine, there's a lot of issues here. It's very metaphysical. That's why I've called this part metaphysical approach, and it has, make your own mind up about all this. But anyway, let's keep going, and you will see what I'm describing to you here. So he says this of course leads to this distinction between concrete and abstract labor leads to a contradiction. Okay, and Marx was not the first. I've had to cut quite a few thinkers here, but Proudhon, for example, the anarchist, he had already talked about this contradiction. So it's an interesting thing that Marx kind of copied from Proudhon whilst also criticizing. But anyway, that's not relevant right now. The point anyway is that this there is a conflict that emerges. Okay, and you will see what he means. He says an increase in the quantity of use values is an increase of material wealth. All right, the more apples I'm growing, maybe because I work more on growing apples, or maybe because I have a machine that helps me grow apples, or because I genetically modify the apples, whatever it is, the more I do that, the more I've got material wealth, because I have more apples, I have more of these use values. With 2 coats, 2 men can be clothed. With 1 coat, only 1 man. Okay? But nevertheless, an increase in the quantity of material wealth can also correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. Okay? I hope you're seeing now the magic trick that's happening here. On the one hand, the concrete labor has created more of these coats for whatever reason. Either there was more concrete labor making more coats, or the capitalist, the entrepreneur, has bought a better machine that can create more coats, so has improved productivity. Or the people have been trained or reorganized to make more coats, and therefore they're creating more of them. But this little trick, this is actually coming from Proudhon, by the way, but anyway, Marx doesn't cite that, but anyway. This little trick means that actually every time that you're increasing the amount of those things you're creating, more coats, means that the abstract, right? Remember, the exchange value is based on the abstract labor, the generic, the effort, as I'm calling it here to make it clear to you. Every time you put in more labor to create more things, the effort that you've put into each of those things is divided. You've created more labor to create 2 coats instead of 1. But in abstract sense, each coat no longer contains the effort, the abstract effort of 1 coat's worth, right? Instead, it has been divided into 2, because you have 2 coats for the amount of labor that you've put in. Now, it might not be exactly half-half. Maybe you improved your productivity 30% and managed to put out 2 coats. But that still means that on the abstract effort level, you've made less effort to create more things. And in doing this, what has happened is the value of exchange of your things have reduced, even though their utility are increased. Not the utility, their use values have increased. Utility is the same, remember that. It's natural, it comes from nature. The coat is useful for you regardless, okay? The more use values you've created, right? You've got 2 coats now that you can sell to 2 people. But since you've created 2, on the exchange, when they arrive at the market, they are representing less abstract effort, each of them. Each of them has inside of them, if you could think of it like that, they're meeting in the market, they're wearing their masks, they're speaking a language. Now they have a translation, okay? So their masks are now no longer a problem because they're being seen as the concrete labor, each of different types of labor. Okay, so they have an identifier. They're saying, the code is saying, I have been created with this type of concrete labor, and that means they can take off his mask. Opposite him in the market of the commodities, there is the apple, and the apple takes off its mask and says, I have been created through these farming processes, etc. So they recognize each other, and now they can also speak. So they can actually speak because they have a translator. That translator is the abstract effort. The apple says, it took this much effort in the abstract, to make me. How much does it take you in the abstract to make you? The code, right? And the code replies, it took me this much to make me, in an abstract sense. Fine. They can speak to each other. The difference now is, if when I've brought them to the market, and instead of having just one coat for 20 apples, I actually have 2 coats, and the other guy still has 20 apples. You see what's happening here, right? They're still speaking the same way. They take off their masks. They still recognize that there's been a certain amount of labor gone into them. But the apples are recognizing that there's been less effort per coat, even though there's been more coats created. The effort has been divided. This is what he means. The abstract effort is now having to be divided into more concrete use values. So this is what he says here. Productive power has reference, of course, only to the labor of some useful concrete form. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in proportion to the rise or fall of its productiveness. The more my factory can create coats, perfect, and this is, of course, something that Marx is going to bring with his disdain for the entrepreneur and the small bourgeois, all these offensive terms that he uses, because he's quite an ideological guy. But underlying that, or rather, this gives him an opportunity to kind of mock them, because he says, oh, these entrepreneurs are so happy because they're creating more and more coats and being more productive, but they're not realizing that in doing this, they're reducing the actual abstract effort that each of these coats is representing, and therefore the exchange that they offer it for in the marketplace is dropping. They're getting less of other things for each coat, because of the very fact of its productivity, of the concrete labor being more productive. It's a real pity that Marx uses labor constantly. If he had only used effort, I think it would have helped a lot of people not to get confused on this, and not to have this stupid idea of the theory of labor, as though labor, just putting in more effort makes something worth more. This is exactly the opposite of what he's saying. Putting in more labor and more productivity does not make things worth more. It divides the amount of worth among the things you're producing. So that's what he says here. On the other hand, no change in this productiveness affects the labor represented by value. By the way, he's not saying labor there. He said, I'll put it in my terms. On the other hand, no change in this concrete labor productiveness affects the effort, the abstract effort represented by value, abstract human efforts. However, then productive power may vary. The same abstract human effort exercised during equal periods of time always yields equal amounts of value. But this is, by the way, what Marx sees in Smith. Smith's understanding is abstract human effort is the way we can use to measure value. That's what he meant by the measure. But Smith got confused. Marx basically saw his role as trying to unpack all this. And by the way, all of this might be wrong, or probably it's wrong as well, which is another question. But it's important to understand it, at least on its own terms. But it will yield, during equal periods of time, different quantities of values in use, that's concrete labor, if the productive power rises, and fewer if it falls. That's pretty simple. The more efficient you are, the more productive you are, the more people you hire, the more of these things you're going to create. The same change of productive power, which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and in consequence the quantity of use values produced by that labor, will ironically, this is what I'm telling you here, also diminish the total abstract effort of increased quantity of use values. each of those things that you're increasing of, these objects that you're now pumping out because you've got an amazing factory, etc., you're pumping out loads of coats, but within each of these there's less effort, okay, abstractly, and therefore the value of them is dropping. This is the key concept of his theory of use value versus value in exchange, or in other words, concrete labor versus generic abstract human effort that it represents. Each of those things represent. If we say that as values, commodities are mere constellations of human effort, we reduce them by our analysis. It is true to the abstraction value, as in abstract human effort, but we ascribe to this value no form apart from their bodily form. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. Here the one stands forth in its character of value by reason of its relation to the other. Okay? So when we're talking about an individual commodity and we're just seeing it like this, just trying to understand what it's representing, okay, we ascribe to this value, to this human effort, no form apart from their bodily form. It is contained within that commodity. But what he's saying is, when it comes to the market, when you're trying to exchange, as these commodities meet in the market, they're speaking the same language. Remember, they have the translator that translates the abstract human effort between them. And now they can socially balance each other out. This is a kind of, what he's really describing here is the market hypothesis, right? It's kind of saying the market, but in this case it's the market of the abstract human effort contained in each of these commodities. When they meet, they speak to each other and they balance out, and basically what he's saying is they never have that all just stuck up inside of themselves. It's just his analysis that created this very simplistic scheme to make it clear for us, to talk about one. But of course they are never on their own, because it's always social. This is very important for Marx. It would never be able to be exchanged if those commodities were not able to speak the same language of abstract human value. Okay? They're always social. In fact, it's so important because you would not, as an entrepreneur, you would not go around trying to create something if you didn't have a sense that that thing that you're creating, whatever it might be, a coat, an electric car, whatever it is, that it's perceived, that its use value, its utility, that the thing that people would like from it has an exchangeability to other things, right? So without the use value, without the thing that you're creating that's useful for someone else, for another person, in a society, of course, without that thing, you would not be able to bring that thing to the market and have it enter this market of commodities where abstract human effort would be speaking to each other, the different commodities, and therefore it would find its balance in that market. It would find one electric car is worth 5,000 apples in terms of abstract human effort. The important thing here, remember, is that Marx doesn't discount the fact that you could just do something pointless. Like, you can spend a lot of effort. The joke I was saying is, I hope this isn't what this is, my videos here, but you can spend a lot of effort trying to create something, bring it to the market, and it turns out that the translator's sleeping, and your commodity that you just spent all that effort working on concretely has no abstract, social, abstract human effort value, right? That it doesn't find anything in the market that is willing to exchange for it, because abstractly that human effort is seen as useless. It has no use value. This is the point. You worked on something so hard, you created loads of it, you brought it to the market, but no one else wants it. It has no use value, and therefore the abstract human effort exists. You definitely worked on it. But the language between the commodities is broken. They don't understand each other. Okay, that's what he's really saying. That he's saying, it's always social. These commodities, although he's describing them in this magical sense, right? Because this is the analytical thing that he's doing to try and understand this, or give a picture of how things are working. But of course, it's always about human interests, social interests. People are the ones who drive the use value, and of course use values change. Remember what he said at the beginning. The historical process is what unveils all these different technologies, techniques, arts, fashions. He said, he just put it in one sentence, right? He doesn't want to know about that. He knows it exists, but it's none of his business, right? To discover the various uses of things is the work of history, okay? He's very well aware that the use values change. People have different interests. They like different types of things in different periods of time. New types of technologies, new relationships with nature, new understanding of physics, chemistry, blah, blah. All these kind of things can change the use values. But so long as if there is no use value in the labor, the abstract effort, then it's pointless. You can bring it to the market, it's not going to exchange. What else does he say? So he says, human labor power in motion, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. This is very important here. You can see here why the labor theory of value is a joke, because Marx literally is saying that it has nothing to do with adding units of human labor that creates value, okay? The exchange, the value, if you want to call it value in exchange, right? Remember that when he says value, he means exchange, the ability to sell something to somebody else who wants it. And use value, if you remember, is the usefulness of something, okay? That value in exchange cannot be created simply by putting labor on its own, okay? It becomes value only in its congealed state, okay? Only when it's useful, by the way, useful human labor in the abstract, useful human effort in the abstract. As I've just said before, just now, if you just spend hours working on something that's useless to someone else, that's not going to be, even if it's abstract effort, you definitely put an effort into it, but it's not recognized in the marketplace, okay? The commodities are not speaking the same language when they meet, and therefore you don't get any value from that. It becomes value only in its congealed state when embodied in the form of some object. That abstract human effort value must be expressed as having objective existence, as being something materially different from the linen itself, and yet something common to the linen and all the other commodities. So, you know, this comes back to that kind of quite controversial aspect you mentioned, that it has to be different, you know. It has to be, the use values have to be different. You can't exchange a coat for a coat. Make your own mind up about that aspect. But anyway, so he says, hence in the value equation in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the coat officiates as the form of value. Right here he's going into his whole magic tricks of you know, the meeting of the commodities. What he's really meaning is, if we're back at our marketplace, we have our two commodities meeting each other. They can now take off their masks, no problem. They recognize each other as two different forms of concrete labor. One type of concrete labor made a coat, another type of concrete labor made an apple, okay? They also have a translator now, so they're speaking the same language, and that translator is the abstract human effort. They both recognize and they speak to each other how much abstract human effort took to create you, and how much abstract human effort took to create you, and they're speaking that discussion with each other to weigh each other up in the ring, in the marketplace. That's all right, but the problem is here that one of them has to be kind of weighed up against the other. You know, at one point, from the perspective of one seller to the other buyer, or the other buyer to the seller, one has to be weighed up against the other. And what he's saying here is that one, you know, when you're coming to the market, one of these commodities, in this case the coat, let's say, is taking the form of abstract human labor in order to weigh it up against the other one, which is coming in as just that specific thing you created. The apple. The apple is a specific thing you created. I'm selling you an apple. You're buying the apple from me, okay? Now, in the old days, let's say it's the old days, and you're bringing in exchange for my apple an orange. We're meeting, okay? We're not speaking. We're just, all we want is our use. You like the apple, I like oranges. That's all we're doing, and we're just exchanging. In Marx's view, and now you can see a little bit how, to some extent, very ridiculous this whole, and very contrived this whole process is, because when you're thinking of it from a practical point of view, does the exchange go through all this process, you know? Now, what I'm describing to you is a barter. So Marx would say, well, this was from an earlier age. This is a pre-capitalist age, so this kind of process maybe was not so, developed, etc. But, you can already see the kind of issue of this whole model, which is that it is very metaphysical, very magical, very beautiful system, but it's very unlikely. It's very difficult to see how it relates to reality. Anyway. Putting that aside, to understand the process, I'm bringing my orange, you're bringing your apple. I'm bringing my apple, you're bringing your orange. And as I bring my apple, a certain amount of effort has gone into making it, the abstract effort, of the different processes, including the farming and the tilling. And maybe I did that effort, or maybe my family did it, or maybe I paid a peasant to do that by giving him a promise of a certain amount of apples as his salary, okay? Whatever effort went into that, that's the abstract effort that went into my apple. And at the same time, my apple has certain usefulness, utility given to it by nature. It's sweet, it's nutritious, maybe you enjoy the taste of the apple. And that utility has been created in a certain quantitative number. I have made 10 apples. I had a good harvest, I had 10 apples. And that took all the work, the concrete work, not the abstract, right? The concrete work it took to get those 10 apples. Now I'm bringing them to the market. Whilst we're discussing things, you and me, in the market, our commodities are also discussing. My apple is asking your oranges. I know this sounds a little bit magical or crazy, whatever you want to call it, but anyway, my apples are now asking you oranges in this language that they can speak, which is the abstract human effort, is speaking to the orange and saying, how much effort did it take to make you? Because it took this much effort to make me, okay? That's fine, but in order to actually compare one to the other, there needs to be a certain way of having one which is fixed and the other one which is general. Okay, so if it's from the perspective of me, my apple is the general, so it's bringing in, I took this much generic human effort to create myself, and therefore my value is this many oranges. Okay, because you need the quantity. Think about this logically. If my apple goes up and says, it took me 50 hours to make me as an abstract human effort, all right? In fact, it's no good. What I just did was a mistake, because how can you say 50 hours? Remember that we're not talking about concrete things. 50 hours of what? There's all these different things that went into the effort of making the apple. So it's incomparable. So in contrast, what Marx is saying, and of course as you can see here it's very magical, mystical approach. Like a good Hegelian, Marx has brought in a very mystical system. But anyway, that's not important for us. What is important is my apple needs to work out in a quantitative level how much it's worth. It knows how much it's worth in the abstract effort. It knows that it took this much time and different efforts to go into. But it needs something. It can't just say, oh, how much was your abstract stuff to the orange? You can't do that. So instead it says, how many oranges am I worth? How many of your concrete finished use values, you the orange, your mask is taken off, I can see that you're an orange, this much effort went into you, this many hours, this many trees were grown to create you, etc. How much concrete effort, how many hours of work went into you, and how many of those is equal to the amount of abstract effort that went into me? How much concrete labor went into you, and how much of that is worth how much abstract effort I represent? Okay? What he's trying to solve here is the problem of how do different commodities communicate. Because if they're different qualitatively, and different things went into creating them, then how do they communicate? How do they exchange? Okay? And underlying this is a very important concept here that I think we should introduce. Marx and Smith and all of these thinkers that we've seen, even up to Keynes to some extent, they're children of an enlightenment approach. There has to be a solution. Okay? It doesn't matter what it takes, even if you have to come up with a ghost type story, which is what we're in the middle of right now. There has to be a logical, rational explanation of how things are working, right? The only ones that we saw who perhaps escaped this a little bit so far were the Austrian school, who are more willing to just say it's all about affinity and subjective mindset. Whatever price you put on an object, it's fine. As you can see, Marx is not going to accept that. He wants to know how does all this. So he creates this elaborate system. Okay, so you get the point. This is what he's saying here. He's saying the linen itself, so as soon as it comes into communication with another commodity, the coat, it betrays its thoughts in that language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. So they're speaking to each other and they're having translation, and they know they can speak to each other, talking about how much abstract human effort was put between themselves, but that doesn't tell them anything. It's like speaking Chinese when they're both native English. They can speak the language, but they don't understand what is saying to each other, because the abstract human effort has no quantity that can serve to weigh them up in the ring, in the marketplace. So instead, one of them is going to stick to the abstract, and the other one is going to stick to the concrete. That's what he's saying here. In order to tell us that its own value is created by abstract human effort, labor in its abstract character, it says that the coat, so let's just use our example, that the orange, insofar as it is worth as much as the apple, and therefore is abstract human effort, is worthwhile effort, value, consists of the same labor as the linen. Okay, and so what he's saying is that it consists of the same abstract effort, but this tells us nothing about its quantity. It doesn't tell us how much of that took place, and therefore it needs to hold one against the other. So that's exactly what it says here. The bodily form of commodity B, the orange, becomes the value form of commodity A, the apple. All right, the bodily form, the mask, becomes the speaking form, the abstract effort. Okay, the amount of oranges that are worth what the apple sees as the effort that went into its creation, and in fact that the apple and the orange agree that is the effort of its creation, that is what represents how much the apple is worth compared to the orange in the relative form of exchange, like how much each apple is worth against an orange, or vice versa. Or the body of the commodity B acts as a mirror to another way of expressing this, the body of the commodity B, the orange in its concrete labor, the amount of labor that went concretely to make each of these oranges in one by one. So 20 hours of labor that went into 200 oranges being created. That tells a quantity, a numerical weight that gives a certain measure to how much abstract effort was put into A. Okay? As you can see, when we're digging deep down, this is very mystical. He's trying to explain this relational problem that we've seen from the beginning with Smith, who got confused with this question of labor underlying, and that led to the whole idiocy of the labor theory of value and all that, but he's still getting confused. So even after Smith if you remember Jean-Baptiste he was saying it's just the circulation of commodities, or again John Locke, remember, or any of the modern, the marginalists later who came in, and they just say, well, it's just whatever. Well, actually, the marginalists really focus on, price or taste or whatever. But and even John Stuart Mill, they were still stuck. They were still thinking of this that it's all about the relative value, one commodity weighed up in the arena against the other commodity. And what Marx is trying to do is just, dig down and understand. How do we understand this value? How do we weigh them up? And in fact, digging down has just led him, as far as I can tell, into this metaphysical hole where the abstract effort is given value by weighing itself up against the concrete labor that's gone into the thing that it's exchanging for. And in doing this, it's become like a magic show. There's two objects are expressing things to each other in a secret language, And of course, this is very teleological. If you remember the criticism of the institutional school of Veblen, it's an extremely teleological approach. Veblen was talking about the marginalists, if you remember, but can be applied here as well. Teleological meaning that humans are almost out of the picture. The ability of human agency and human roles in determining all this, it's almost like they're out of the picture. Of course, what Marx would say is no, the humans are all at the center of this because it's labor, it's human labor. But the way he's changed it is that its labor has become so abstracted. Whether it's concrete or abstract effort, it's all this kind of mystical concept of what a human does, and there is no end to where there's no way of determining at what point something starts and ends, right? Everything is just one long chain. For example, abstract human effort is, what are we going to include in that? Take the example I was giving you, an apple. Because obviously Marx understands nature also to have a role. So does nature have a role in growing that produce, growing the apples? And the abstract labor is basically everything. It's the amount of effort. What about a ditch that was, let's take the apple trees. Fine, forget about the role of nature in growing those trees, but the person who selected the seeds, the person who planted the seeds, the person who took care of the apple tree, the river which was perhaps diverted to irrigate. These things take hundreds of years in a field to be created. At what point do you stop giving credit to some sort of effort, and that how can all of this be weighed up as abstract human effort? And even worse, how can all of that stuff be somehow quantified according to the concrete effort that went into another, the relative commodity? In this case, it was, if you remember, the orange. How can this whole process go? I think, of course, the answer can only be that it can't. And this is, I guess Marx was just trying to solve something that was unsolvable in a way. So he goes on here just to wrap up this concept of the exchange, the act of exchange, and how it brings together the use value with its concrete labor, and the exchange value, which is abstract in its nature, and ultimately is what allows exchange to happen in the first place. Without abstract labor, you, in this whole schema, in this whole setup that Marx has, you won't be able to exchange at all. So it says, since the relative form of a commodity, the linen, for example, expresses the value of the commodity as being wholly different from its substance and properties, as being, for instance, coat-like, we see that this expression itself indicates that there is some social relation that lies at the bottom of it. And that we already saw, that there's always a social relationship that is determining both the abstract effort, and also the specific concrete labor that's gone into creating something. It's always socially determined. You're not going to spend, you could, but you would learn your mistake very quickly, building a factory and spending all this concrete labor on things that are pointless and useless, because when you bring those things to the market, they will not exchange. There will be no discussion between the commodities, because they will recognize the abstract effort, but it will not be given any value in terms of concrete labor that someone else has done with other commodities. So no one will part hands with their commodities in exchange for your commodities. Or in other words, no one will give you money for your stuff that you've made, because it's useless. Everything is always social. It's always about trying to reach a social interest, a social use, a social need, etc. And of course, the other thing is the labor itself is also socially determined, especially the abstract labor. What he's saying here, so with the equivalent form, it is just the contrary. The very essence of this form is that the material commodity itself, the coat, just as it is, expresses value, abstract human effort, and is endowed with the form of value by nature itself. This is not that complicated. All we've done is we've switched sides. So if I'm on that side of the relative, from my point of view, the apple, right? I'm trying to weigh up what is my apple from the point of view of the abstract human effort it represents, as opposed to your orange. In contrast, the equivalent, that equivalent to my apple, the orange, it is focusing instead on its concrete labor. It's the concrete labor that says this much, this many oranges represent that much abstract effort. So it's it's that role of trying to weighing up in his schema, in his system. You need to have the abstract effort has been made to be weighed up somehow by some kind of scale, and the answer to that is the scale of the equivalent. Now, very briefly, I don't want to spend too much time, but what happens over time in history is that as people stop bartering like this, because it's not very useful, it's difficult to use and difficult to keep track of how many oranges exchanged for one coat, or how much one house is worth in terms of oranges. Of course, Marx in his system, he's saying that this is totally possible. You could exchange one house for this many or that many oranges. All you have to work out is how much abstract effort went into creating the house and how many concrete oranges represent that abstract effort. Okay? And that's what he's saying in this session. He's saying, hence the enigmatical character of the equivalent form, from which escapes the notice of the bourgeois. He loves to insult everyone. The bourgeois political economist. Until this form completely developed confronts him with the shape of money. Right. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting them for them less dazzling commodities, and by reciting with ever renewed satisfaction. He has not the least suspicion that the most simple expression of value is simply 20 yards of linen, or in our example, 20 apples equals one orange. Okay, whatever it might equal. So that expression could also be one house equals 500 coats. That expression could also be 10,000 apples represents one jet airliner. Okay, in Marx's scheme, it doesn't matter what you're using as the equivalent and the relative, because all they're representing is the abstract effort that's gone into versus weighed up against, measured by the concrete amount of labor of the equivalent. But for reasons of ease of use, because it's easy to control, it's easy to store, all these various reasons we've already seen with all the different economists, it is of course gold and silver, and then later on money, that becomes the universal, what he calls the universal equivalent. It becomes a very useful and widely used commodity. Gold, silver, money, etc., or even paper money, they become the representative of not in the case of paper money, the representative in the case of gold or gold-backed coin, etc., an actual commodity that has, remember that to make gold you also need abstract human effort, right? And you also have a certain concrete amount of labor that's gone into that, the mining, the transport, etc., etc. But in that whole process, you've created a commodity that is widely used and accepted, and happily accepted to be used to weigh up everything else. And for that reason, the universal equivalent, gold, silver, money in general, becomes the thing that we use to weigh up anything, whether it's corn or linen or coats, and therefore he has one bit in the book where he's in Capital, where he says, he has a table and it says 1 coat, 5 coats is worth 2 pounds of gold, let's say, and then 200 apples are worth 2 pounds of gold, and so they all become related to one universal equivalent. This is what he's saying. This is a historical process that happens the more commodities start to exchange. So of course, especially during the capitalist system, this is what his framework understands it. As things start to commodify, as people start to create more things in order to put them into the marketplace, and therefore they start to use labor more and more, including not just their own labor, the labor of others, to create this movement of things. As that happens, money becomes more and more dominant and becomes more and more the universal equivalent, the placeholder of value. That, of course, for Marx is the reason why the guys we started with, Thomas Hobbes and who was it, Gervais, they got confused. They thought that gold was the real thing that has value, but in fact, in Marx's scheme, and I think in this he's quite correct, that it is a placeholder, it is an expression of value. Although whether that it comes back down to labor or not is another question. Right, so let's just finish with Marx here. You can see it takes a long time with him, but What he's saying here with the money form, once you have all the money, the universal equivalent, and remember the division of the utility is what nature provides for us. It is how it is. Whatever iron's properties or apple's properties, these are all things that the utility provided by nature. The use value is nature and labor efforts, concrete labor, coming together to create something useful that is in demand, that's useful for people. And remember, just like Smith, just like Ricardo, Marx's supply side. It is the effort and genius and ideas and spirit of human effort, human effort, human labor, that creates things that then people want, okay? And as you also not only create things but improve the production, you use technology, you use different techniques, you improve the organization of people. As you do that, what you do is you improve the amount of those things being created. But don't remember the other side of the equation, which is the abstract. The abstract does not change. The abstract is relative. It's the language that all these different efforts of different types around the society, they all speak that same language, and the commodities can speak that language even if the people don't notice that as they're exchanging. So every time you're coming to the exchange, the one commodity needs a relative measure of its. It needs a relative positioning, not a measure, a positioning to another commodity, and that is its abstract human effort that has been embodied into it. All the different efforts that went into creating that thing come to recognize all the different efforts that are being created in another thing. But at the same time, it's immeasurable because those efforts are numerous, endless, and also just abstract. They're generic. How would they ever be able to compare each other? So in order to compare each other, one commodity then takes the equivalent form, and of course later on it becomes a universal equivalent, which is money, and that commodity provides a measure of that abstract effort, because what that commodity says, this many units of concrete labor are representing this much abstract effort that this thing that is being sold is worth, okay? And that whole process allows, in Marx's view, the exchange of qualitatively different things that have been created by qualitatively different concrete labor. Qualitative, remember, is the type of thing. So different type of processes, different type of thing has been created using different natural utility. You know, fish have a different purpose and utility than wood, okay? But these things are able to be exchanged because the universal abstract efforts that are made by humans, including basic efforts like working with your hands, but also the genius, the theories, the technology, everything that's involved in that, including also the use of nature, kind of in a human capture of nature. That's an important aspect. Okay, the abstract effort does not count nature on its own. It's the way we take nature and capture it and put it to use through our efforts. These things can be now exchanged, recognized, and therefore you can have a market of commodities. The more this market grows and the more the money form grows, the universal equivalent, the more people are brought into the market and interested in making these things. And the more they're brought into the market, the more goods there are on the market, which means the more people have a choice as to what they would like to buy and sell, and especially in terms of what they would like to consume, what they would like to buy. And that provides for more creation. But there's still a big mystery here. How do you make the money? How do you make the capital? How do you make the profit on this? And Marx's solution to this is actually that again, it's labor, but not because labor is being, that stupid theory that labor is just being added on, like just an accounting trick. Oh, just add a little bit more labor on each thing. Not at all. Actually, the labor doesn't change. The labor can change in its productivity. It can change in the amount of effort. But we've already seen, by the way, if you remember, the more you make it productive, the concrete labor, right? And the more you put into it, the more effort you put, the more people you hire, the more the abstract effort has been divided for each of these units that you're producing. So you can produce more coats but they're going to be selling for less. They're going to be worth less in the marketplace, because the other commodities for which they're being exchanged, they will recognize in their own language that each of those codes now has less abstract effort per item than what it used to when it was being produced less efficiently or less furiously. Okay, the more you do work and the more you spread it out into different items, the more abstractly there's less effort in each of those items. So actually it's far from that stupid theory of the labor theory of value, this basic idiotic thing that unfortunately the Marxists, that have canonized this theory. And anyway, the point is that that is actually not what he's saying. Okay, and you'll see what he says is actually the trick of adding profit, of adding extra value to each of these commodities. And again, here you're going to see, just like the magical, mystical equivalent that was being made between abstract effort and concrete labor, Marx is really going into this kind of magical, quite controversial way of understanding this. So he says, the change of value that occurs in the case of money intended to be converted into capital can't take place in the money itself, since the function of means of purchase and payment, the money itself, does no more than realize the price of commodity it buys and pays for. Don't forget that money itself, whether it's paper bills that represent something, like a gold stored up somewhere, or a debt to be paid, a promissory note or whatever, or if it's hard cash, meaning, actual gold, actual silver, regardless of what it is, all it is doing is acting as the universal equivalent. It cannot increase what something is worth in terms of its abstract effort that's gone into. I can't bring 100 apples, try to exchange them for extra money, and suddenly, like a magic trick, make more money's worth for the 100 apples. The money always recognizes that 100 apples is worth this much abstract human effort, and it will provide you with this many units of the money to give you a measure, okay, concrete labor version of the measure of how much your apples are worth. And he adds as well, just as little can it originate, the increase in value, in the second act of circulation, the resale of the commodity. So it's not just I buy a commodity and then, like a kind of tinkerer, what I do is I just take it and I go and sell it somewhere else. That all that does is just transform the article from its bodily form back to the money form. Okay, you're not getting around it with a trick. So he says the change must therefore take place in the commodity bought in the first act, money to commodity, okay, but not in its value, for equivalents are exchanged, right? It can't be, again, no tricks to the money suddenly increasing its recognition of how much abstract human effort there is. And the commodity is paid and the commodity is paid for its full value. We are therefore forced to the conclusion that the change originates in the use value as such of the commodity, in its consumption. Our friend Moneybags, of course he has to use these discriminatory terms, so the entrepreneur Moneybags must be so lucky as to find in the sphere of circulation, in the market, a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, and whose actual consumption therefore is in itself embodiment of labor, and consequently the creation of value. So what he's saying, so then he says the possessor of money does find the possessor of money, the entrepreneur, the Moneybags, does find just that commodity in the market, and which is the special commodity of labor or labor power. That means humans, people who create labor, work. So because humans, what is our use value? So you can see what this is important, the commodification of labor. It's not just that labor power is representing something in commodities, it's labor itself can become a commodity that is bought by the entrepreneurs, the factory owner, the whatever it might be, and then employed. And in that employment, they're getting the double, just like everything else that they're getting, just like any commodity. The apple gives you the use value, right? The concrete labor, the apple gives you the use value, right? The concrete labor that went into creating this many apples that have the characteristic of being tasty and nutritious, but it also has the abstract human effort that is behind that, right? Actually, the human as a commodity, has a special quality, because unlike the apple, if you remember, it had these various things that had created it in a concrete sense, concrete labor and abstract human effort. And when it exchanged, it was brought, and then what did you do when you got the apple? You ate that apple, and it was finished. You ate it, you enjoyed it, and you threw it away. There's a big difference when you have a commodity of a human, of a labor commodity, because as a human, your role, your position is to actually create things. When I buy your labor, you're not consumed over in one night, in one moment, and that's it, you're thrown away. You last, you work, and remember that the thing that you need to work and to last overnight is to have enough food to survive, to feed yourself, to perhaps feed your family, etc. But in the process, you're also creating things. The consumption of you as a human being, in Marx's idea, is that you're also producing extra labor for whatever, transformational labor. Your use, your putting you to use, will make some difference in creating other things. Okay, and this is the core of Marx's understanding, that for every time that I hire you, I provide you as a person, as a human being, the ability to survive, to have food enough to go through the day, to work for me, etc. Then you go to sleep, you come back, and you work the next day. And in every one of those days that you're working, you're also working and producing things by transforming nature. For example, if you're working on my apples in my field, you're growing them, you're taking care of them, etc. And by transforming perhaps commodities themselves. So if you're working in the car factory, you're bringing in the rubber, you're turning it into tires. I can also bring in machinery, which itself was built by other human laborers, remember. So they bring in the machinery, and suddenly you make more tires. And in this whole process, I'm actually creating more things to bring to the market. But at the same time, you are the agent of that transformation, and yet I am not paying you everything. I'm not rewarding you the equivalent of what your abstract effort was. Everything that you've put into that commodity, whether it's an apple or a car, whatever, abstractly, in general, you've put a lot of effort that represents its full value when I bring that car, the finished product or the finished apple, to the market. But what I'm paying you as a wage is much less. It's for those specific hours of work that you were working on that car every day, or that you were working in my field to grow the apples every day. Between that concrete labor that I pay you for and the abstract effort, and therefore the abstract value that you've added to the product, to the commodity, is my profit, is my capital. Okay, and that's in a very long way the core of what Marx is saying. Right, so we're going to move to this final section here, and this is the negative approach to value, the phenomenological view. And there are a lot of different thinkers we could have covered here, but just for the reasons of time and space, we're going to focus on one, Jean Baudrillard, who's an important thinker who outlines many of the problems of the previous approaches we've taken, especially in terms of the focus on the subject, the idea that a rational thinking subject brings goods to the market, or a rational system, in the case of Marx, for example, or Keynes, kind of finds a kind of equilibrium or an exchange point in which everything can find its equivalent and find a systemic solution to production, consumption, exchange, etc. And what Borel is going to criticize is this whole process that assumes, number one, rationality, the idea that people demand things that they rationally need, that they have desires that are rational. He's going to really take an axe to this concept, and therefore he's going to attack a whole range of different thinkers we've already looked at. And also he's also going to criticize later on Marx and his whole system. So he's not just criticizing the market side, what we've seen with Say and even Smith, but especially Say and the marginalists, and even Keynes and all those ideas of rational demand. But he's also going to criticize those who focus on labor as well, in terms of this idea of what we described as exchange. So here's what he says. The first book that he wrote on this, 1972, for a critique of the political economy of the sign. So he says, the ideology of consumption, the hypothesis of the priority of use value, assigns a functional status to objects, an instrumentality bound up with the technical operations upon the world. From this perspective, objects are primarily a function of needs and take on their meaning in the economic relation of man to the environment. This is false. Far from the primary status of the object being a pragmatic one, which would subsequently come to determine a social value of the sign, it is instead the sign exchange value, which is fundamental. So, far from being that people are rational subjects, going around in the marketplace trying to find what they would like, or finding a fancy or having demand for this or that object, whether it's necessary for them to survive in the kind of classical texts like Say, or if it's something extra in the marginalist approach, for example, that it's kind of, I've had enough of these bananas, let's try something else. And in creating all this demand, they create the production that tries to chase the demand, right? And he's saying this is wrong, because actually people don't search in a rational way for something that has use value. Far from it. They're much more affected by this sign that something determines their social status, their social positioning. They buy things because they represent something in their psychological and social positioning, not because they represent a use value. So that's why he says here, a use value is often no more than a practical guarantee or even a rationalization pure and simple. An accurate theory of objects will not be established upon needs and their satisfaction, but instead upon social standing and signification. It must be asked whether certain classes of society are not consecrated to finding their salvation in objects, assigned to a kind of slave morality. As you can see, Baudrillard is really talking about his time, but it doesn't matter, because some of these concepts can be applied to past time, even though in today's world they apply even more. And also the fact that they apply, it doesn't matter if it didn't apply. You could say, for example, well, what Baudrillard is talking about might reflect the 21st century, right? When everyone is obsessed with, Instagram and whatever. You could think of 100 examples of this kind of symbolic slave morality as he's describing. But that does matter, because remember that the theories of economics that we saw in the past, whether it's Marx or Wellras or Say or Adam Smith or the Austrian school, doesn't matter who they are. They're saying that these are fundamental, unchanging rules. What Baudrillard is really saying, he's not trying to say this is actually the new rule, you have to pay attention, actually it's the sign that matters. He's saying there's a problem with these rules because they're not lasting. We see that they've changed. In our economy, in our time, people are not chasing use values, whether it's from the point of view of Marx's whole elaborate system, or if it's from the point of view of simple price action, in the sense of Marshall, or if it's in the point of view of a kind of circular system of consumption and production. What we're seeing on every level, whether it is individual consumers, people buying basic goods, buying food, buying clothes, or on a big scale, hedge funds, pension funds, we're seeing it as, if you follow anyone who comments on these questions, you see that there's a constant detachment from reality. And what Baudrillard is saying is, this is because the use value aspect is just that idea that is based on use value is just not, at least in our time, is not effective. It doesn't describe this whole process. Instead, he's saying that actually people are trying to find salvation in these things. They are assigning, as he says, almost a slave morality, enjoyment, immorality, irresponsibility, as opposed to a master morality, responsibility and power. In this sense, it is absurd to speak of a consumer society as if consumption were a system of universal values, being founded upon the satisfaction of individual needs, when it is really an institution and a morality, and in this way an element of the strategy of power in any society. It is a thoroughly vulgar metaphysic, and contemporary psychology, sociology, and economic science are all complicit in this fiasco. The empirical object is a myth. Of course, he's not saying that real things don't exist in the world. What he means is the idea that the object has certain rules, what we saw just, for example, of Marx's whole elaborate system, or in the case of, all these various theories of values that have set up the classical or the modern economic systems. These economic systems, the way they work out price, the way they work out exchange, trade, all these kind of concepts, they're all built on those fundamental ideas of what value is, and all of them are based on this kind of empirical object, that there is actually this thing that someone wants to obtain because of its empirical aspect. It is useful, it has something that it can provide, it has a relationship that you can make use of to make more objects or make more profit or gain value from. But actually he's saying this is a myth. Insofar as I make use of a refrigerator as a machine, it is not an object. It is a refrigerator. Okay, it has just this. It is just simply something that is utility. Okay, it's not an object. Talking in terms of objects is something else. It has nothing to do with them keeping things cold. It's not about the utility. It is either as an object of psychic investment, of fascination, of passions, of projection. That's to say, for example, when people first encountered refrigerators, they saw it as a fresh, new, fascinating thing to obtain, or as an object specified by its trademark, charged with the differential connotations of status, prestige, and fashion. This is the object of the consumption. Okay, so he might not be describing what used to exist 200 years ago, 100 years ago, but what he's describing now is that people, when they go to buy, they're not looking for a refrigerator. They've gotten used to the idea of a refrigerator. It's no longer a fresh, cool, new thing to obtain. And most of the time what they're really doing is they're just looking for the right trademark that they've learnt about by going and watching this or that advert, or having read about it in a forum or whatever it is. They're not buying the thing for its use value anymore. They're buying the thing for its either its prestige and status function, its sign, or because it's kind of a symbol of something new and fresh, something that is fascinating or gives them a certain psychological gratification. Okay, these are just simple examples, but there are thousands of them in different sections of society. Just as, by the way, the modern system that took over from the medieval sovereign-based systems, just as that system also started in these 1,000 different small ways. Some people started to create factories. Some people started to create arts manufacturers. Some people started to create trading hubs and trading companies. It all started in these small different ways, but what it was signaling was a systemic change. And what Borel was seeing is that with the advent of technology in particular, but also with the disappearance of the individual, the subject, right? What modernity had created, getting us out of the tradition of the group, the family, the kingdom, the lordship, the land, whatever it is, the land group, the tribe, getting us out of that into the individual, the subject. Now the subject itself is being divided into a multiplex, I don't know how to describe it, one thinker has called it a dividual instead of individual, a dividual. Just to summarize here, this has been very long and I hope not too boring, but you can see here the shift that happened from the beginning in political economy. This idea of values being obviously a fixed concept for the early thinkers, and then it became increasingly relative as problems emerged with this idea that it's fixed. If it's fixed, how can it shift? How can innovation change values? How can people exchange? And that constant problem between fixed and variable, that constantly plagued different approaches, and eventually some went into the supply approach, the basic theory of value, labor theory of value, which you see with Simondi and Ricardo, and the more complex approach that sees labor but as a transformational force, and that's what we see with Adam Smith and Marx. They focused more on supply, like value is what you put into the things that you create and then put onto the market. And when it's recognized in the marketplace, then it is recognized as value and the transaction happens, etc., etc. On the other hand of that, the other face is the demand approach, which is actually it's the market. Whatever the whims of people, whatever their feeling, their affectations. If you remember, one author used that word. And we see this with Say, we see this with John Stuart Mill, we see this with the English and Austrian marginalists. We see this with the concept of demand really driving what is being built. We see that, of course, with Keynes as well. That this approach to value is fundamentally that, people attach what they want, they put a price to what they want, and that is what drives the creation of something that's valuable. The problem with that one, of course, well, there were multiple problems, but one of them was that in doing this, there is no end to what can be considered valuable. It doesn't really tell us anything about what is valuable, because anything and everything can be valuable, so long as it is not just totally available to anyone at any time. Like, for example, air. Oxygen is available to all of us whenever we want it. Other than that, it's a very flexible concept of value. So in a sense, it's not a definition at all. Okay, and we finish now with this real criticism, although there are many others that I've had to cut because, as you can see, it's a very long lecture. But we finish with this criticism of this concept of rational approach to value, and that actually maybe people are capable of, as individuals and of course especially as societies, as social groups and as systemic periods of time, through technology, through their perspectives, they can actually change, and value can become something that's valueless. It's just something that doesn't really have any real value, and all that matters is instead positioning, power, symbolic power, a signal that you give to others in society, that this is what gives people a sense of value, not the actual thing that they're getting, the object that they're getting in the society. Okay, so I apologize for the length of this. As you can see, this is I think very important topic, but a endless topic, and you could go on for a long time with many other thinkers here. I've had to cut quite a few of them, but I hope you enjoyed that, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
I'm broke and ain't got a dime. I'm broke and I ain't got a dime. I'm broke and ain't got a dime. Everybody gets it hard sometimes. I was standing on East Cairo Street one day. I was standing on East Cairo Street one day. Standing on East Cairo Street one day. One dime was all I had. Mama, don't treat your daughter mean. Mama, don't treat your daughter mean. Mama, don't treat your daughter mean. That's the meanest woman a man must ever see. You want your friend to be bad like